Oswego County for the legislature meeting for December. We're going to start with a 2 o'clock public hearing. So Legislator Martino.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Driver's on. Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to make note that the majority caucus will be voting against this as it is not needed.
And that's a unanimous vote, sir?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. So would the county attorney please read the lead in?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For reference, there are 3 public hearings today. The public hearing on the county budget is at 7 o'clock. There are 2 public hearings today at 2. One is on local law number 4 regarding tax levy limit override. The next is on proposed local law number 5 regarding salaries of certain elected county officials. Notice of public hearing. Please take notice that the county legislature of the county of Oswego will meet at the legislative chambers, 46 East Bridge Street, Oswego, New York, at 2 o'clock p.m. on the 11th day of December 2025 for the purpose of holding a public hearing on local law number 4 of the year 2025 entitled A Local Law Overriding the Tax Levy Limit for Fiscal Year 2026. By order of the Oswego County Legislature, dated November 13, 2025, Betsy Sherman Saunders, Clerk. Any persons wishing to be heard regarding proposed County of Oswego Local Law number 4 of 2025 concerning a tax levy limit override for fiscal year 2026, please step forward and state your name.
Thank you. Before I call people up, just again to reiterate, Legislator Martino has stated the Republican caucus will be unanimous in voting against this as we don't feel it is needed, but certainly in the interest of transparency and communication, Christine Novak could come forward. Again, this is about the tax levy limit. So to reiterate, we're talking about the tax levy that we're probably going to pass. Are you interested in?
We're talking about the county budget. The budget?
Oh, that's at 7 o'clock.
That's at 7 o'clock.
All right.
Wrong one. Sorry.
No problem.
It can be confusing.
Again, just for the tax levy, Joseph Argamini.
Yeah, sorry, that's not for the tax levy, this is for something else.
All right, thank you. Randy Wilkinson. So again, for the tax levy override.
Well, since you guys are all unanimously voting no, this sort of negates the comments that I was going to have. So I'll just summarize by saying, who would have thought that things would be more expensive when everything's under Republican control?
Thank you. Okay, now at that point, though, we would move to local law number 5 if the county attorney would read the.
Mr. Chairman, at this time, there being any other persons wishing to speak on proposed County of Oswego Local Law number 4, 2025, please step forward. If not, I request you declare the public hearing closed at 2:14.
Thank you. Next.
Next is notice of public hearing. Please take notice the county legislature of the county of Oswego will meet at the legislative chambers, 46 East Bridge Street, Oswego, New York, at 2 o'clock p.m. on the 11th day of December 2025 for the purpose of holding a public hearing on proposed local law number 5 of the year 2025 entitled a local law fixing and establishing salaries of certain elected county officers of the county of Oswego. Proposed local law fixes and establishes salaries for the county treasurer, county clerk, county sheriff, county legislator, sheriff, county legislature, majority leader, and minority leader of the county legislature for years 2026, 27, and 28. I'll dispense with reading of each year. By order of the Oswego County Legislature, Betsy Sherman Saunders, Clerk, any persons wishing to speak on proposed local law number 5 of the year 2025, please step forward and state your name. Again, this is on proposed salaries for certain elected officers of the county of Oswego.
Thank you. Would Chris Quattieri come forward? Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Well, I wanted to put some notes together to address specifically some of these pay raises. I want to start off by thanking Sheriff Hilton and the Oswego County Sheriff's Office for keeping our community safe, and the Sheriff's dedication to this county and all who live here by assuring excellent service under unwavering top management and leadership. I encourage citizens to compare other counties and states to Oswego. I want you to look at the warfare that these communities are dealing with: high crime, high drugs, dangerous streets. I could go on, but they're only giving me 5 minutes. So to summarize that up, I've walked in the sheriff's shoes for 35 years. It's not easy. We shouldn't be taking for granted the safety that we have in this county, through every single city in this county. You can go through this county safely without having to worry about it. That's not by luck, okay? That's by the sheriff's management and the way the sheriff pleases this community. I want to thank our county treasurer, Kevin Gardner, on his appointment for treasurer and finance for New York State, with his appointment to the National Association of Collectors, the Collector's Office. Again, this isn't by luck. This is by Kevin's expert supervision and the running of that department. I want to thank him for the advancements that we've done through this county for technology, which has put us in a position to be successful, get up to speed with the rest of this country on bills, budgeting, everything. He should be applauded for his service with that. I want to recognize the clerk's office under excellent leadership of Honorable Terry Wilbur. This office maintains order and ensures proficiency throughout this county. Through these areas, as we all know, DMV, pistol permits, businesses, corporate license certifications. This office is a vital part of our county commerce, which allows the county the ability to strive successfully. This office brings in over $1 million in revenue to this county. I'll repeat that, over $1 million in revenues. That's after everything's paid out for this county. Again, this isn't by luck. This is from the leadership that Honorable Terry Wilbur and his staff performs with their duties. Last but not least, the heart of the county, legislators out here. Thank you for everything you do, and thank those that are behind the scenes helping you do what you do. Thank you for your hard work and hundreds, I'll repeat that, hundreds of hours of service you provide for all the constituents of Oswego County. Thank you for defending the values of this county and not getting derailed by national debates or policies that have nothing to do with Oswego County. Thank you for your responsibility. We're managing our tax dollars and adding year, let me get this straight, number 12, year number 12, with no tax increases. Thank you for weekly committee meetings you serve on, what helps guide your decisions. Thank you for your nonstop phone calls to your constituents. The professionalism you've shown in this historic chamber, even while being verbally disrespected, the patience when listening to misleading rants, and most importantly, the ability to not be swayed by outside interest groups that seem determined to debate national issues rather than our local issues. These pay raises across the board, not just these 4 that seem to make the paper, these pay raises across the board aren't because they deserve them, it's because they've earned it. I read an editorial last week from a non-county resident, a non-registered county voter, that felt the need to say pay raises is unethical and voice his slanted opinion on how we should spend our taxpayer dollars. Shame on you. I know we've heard that voice before. If you don't live in this county, this includes mail-in address residents, you don't pay your taxes in this county, and you're not registered as a voter, you have zero input to our county and how we spend it. Your only interests are those of your own glory, of 5 minutes of fame, and perhaps a paycheck to be a voice. This raise should be supported by all residents of Oswego County. Do not be derailed by non-county registered voters, non-county taxpayers, fake or misleading news articles, editorials, or even protests. Thank you, Chairman and legislators, for giving me this opportunity.
Would Christine Novak come forward, please? Again, this is about the salaries.
Yes, had it right.
Yeah, thank you. All right, you have 5 minutes.
Chairman Weatherup, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Christine Novak. I'm a legislator-elect for District 16. As we are all aware, the loss of federal funds have had a negative impact on certain areas of the county budget. However, there is one area of the budget that appears completely unaffected by these cuts. Raises for the county sheriff, the treasurer, the clerk, as well as the county legislature. To give a little background, in December 2021, the legislature passed law number 3, which sets salaries for these positions through 2025. But in 2022, the legislature amended the law and got a 6% raise. In 2023 and 24, they got an additional 3% raise. And in 2024, the clerk, the sheriff, and the treasurer all got an additional 4% as well. Now there's another proposal to increase salaries for the next 3 years. Legislators would get 3% per year, while the sheriff, treasurer, and clerk would all get 2 8% raises, one for 2026 and one for 2027. In 2028, they would get an additional 5% increase. We are not a wealthy county. About 17% of the population live below the poverty line. And even more disturbing, over 20% of the children in the county are food insecure. With statistics like these, I believe our legislature should reject these raises and focus on using these funds for the betterment of our county. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Diane Richardson Cusio, hope I didn't butcher it too bad. Anybody named Diane, come on up.
Catching the bus.
Thank you. Again, this is about the raises, and you have 5 minutes.
No raises for legislature. Poverty in Oswego County is around 16 to 18%, like my predecessor, Chris Novak, said. For the general population, higher than the state and national average, particularly among women, minorities, especially young children, some of who say increase to 16% of all residents. Your constituents are below the line of a large percent of, I can't even read my own writing, of females, households with kids. They are the only breadwinners. The city of Oswego alone sees 29% of residents live below the poverty level, almost double the county level. Fulton is struggling. The city workers may face layoffs. I heard from a reliable source. This is unconscionable. Do your jobs, protect your residents. You and all of the legislators are up for re-election next November, so things may have to change. We are watching and we will remember. Also, Sheriff Hilton, who is asking for an 8% raise, is being I can't read my writing, is being investigated from the New York State Attorney General's office. Seriously? The poverty level in this county, single, is $15,650. Family of two, $21,150. Family of three, $26,650. And family of four is $32,150. These are 2025 numbers. This is ridiculous. Something's got to give here. Thank you.
Legislator Greco.
I'd just like to clarify something. The sheriff has not asked for a raise, just to be clear.
True. And I would also clarify that we have no control over the city of Fulton or the city of Oswego.
Agreed.
Thank you. Would
It's part of the county.
Paul McKinney please come forward?
Holy shit.
Well, first off, I understand there's some emotion here, but we will have decorum or we'll clear you from the room, just to be clear. Paul McKinney, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to have a few words. I didn't prepare anything. I just wanted to make a couple of personal comments that I'm sure there's going to be a lot of discussion, comments, pros and cons about the pay raises, but it's difficult to understand that given these last 11 months that I've been coming to the legislative meetings, that you folks have been peppered now and then with a lot of information. People have come and expressed concerns, their gripes, their pros, their cons. I think that one of the issues that certainly I would take into consideration if I were sitting in your chair was the recent election results. But all of that matters. I think the bottom line right now, at least for this year, because this year is different, really, than a lot of the other years. People are hurting. People are concerned about dollar cents. People are angry. People have personal issues that they're dealing with, and on and on and on. But the optics of deciding to vote for a pay raise this year just doesn't make sense. And I think if you're interested in the optics and interested in sending a positive message out there to the folks, it would make great sense this year not to pass the raises. I was doing a little math at home this morning and with the county legislature, which certainly, you all have done a lot of good things this year. Some of those things others could go unnoticed. But when I was looking at the dollar cents, I said to myself, on the average, the legislators stand to make about, $450 to $480 more a year? This year, is it worth $450 or $480, just the optics of that, to pass that? I know last year there were 5 of you that voted against the raises, 2 of which, of course, were Frank and Marie. But I can't help but think this year, and I guess I'm the pie-eyed optimist, that you're going to really step up to the plate, step up, independently for yourselves and show the courage and the integrity to say, you know what, no, not this year. Let's let it pass. We'll deal with it next year. So I hope I'm right. I appreciate it.
Ms. Colette Badger, please come forward. Thank you. Again, 5 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Colette Badger. I'm a constituent from the town of Oswego on County Route 89, and I'm here to voice my concern regarding the proposed 3% salary increases for legislators and 8% raises for the county sheriff, treasurer, and clerk. Throughout my 45 years as a registered professional nurse, I did not routinely receive pay increases. When we did get across-the-board raises, it was usually 2 to 2.5%. And the other raises were based on merit. We were evaluated every year and had to prove that we were doing a job that exceeded expectations. 3 to 8% raises every year over the next 3 to 4 years show me how you have exceeded expectations, unless the expectation is to vote along party lines blindly. We live in an economically depressed county where the poverty rate is above the state average. Many in this economically depressed county are facing increased health care costs, decreased SNAP benefits, and higher costs on everything due to the passage of the GOP's Big Beautiful Bill Act and unconstitutional tariffs. How you vote yourself a raise when so many of your constituents are suffering, I don't understand. I want my tax dollars to provide basic human and social services and not boost your income. Have you even considered the optics of these raises? How in the world did we get to this moment? I can tell you it's complacency. Many of us, myself included, were under the impression that democracy would run itself and our everyday lives would not be affected by our elected officials. We have been painfully disabused of that notion. The elections in this off year are proving to be a referendum on Trumpism. The days of sitting back and trusting elected officials are over. The good old boys club is closing. I will never be compliant again. I will not be silent while there is injustice, ever. And there is nothing just in giving you automatic pay raises while people are losing food and health care assistance. And who suffers the most in this? It's the kids. It's the children that are most affected by this poverty and this lack of food and this lack of health care. In this country is so great. And we're letting our children go hungry. We demand that you put the people over party. Vote no on the raises. Prove to your constituents that you care about them, their struggles, and that you are worthy of the trust they have put in you. To paraphrase JFK, ask not what your county can do for you, but what you can do for your county. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Larry O'Brien please come forward? Larry O'Brien? Here he comes.
Views in the annex.
There you go.
Sorry.
Well, it's good to know that our audio system works at least to the next room now.
Doing great, doing
All
great.
right, very good. Thank you, sir. You have 5 minutes.
Thanks. Hey, I want to first say thanks to Larry O'Brien from Oswego. Thank you all for doing the job you do. I'm unlike the previous guy that spoke up here. I think everybody tries to do a good job, no matter what their job is. I'm a firm believer people have the work ethic that want to do a good job and should be compensated fairly, you know. So that's my base understanding of it all. And I would hope that everybody gets what they could deserve, because it's the fiscally conservative thing to do if you're looking at your own pocketbook. But I just wanted to clarify something. I'm assuming you guys look at comparables, different counties, when you come to these decisions. So I happened just to do a little research of my own, and I checked Chautauqua County, which is a bigger county in square footage, square miles, more population, and they were 7th, I guess, in the percentage of poverty, and they're 5th. So they're actually doing a lot worse, and they have, I think, a $300 million budget. But anyway, the sheriff, James Quattroni there, he's the president of the New York State Sheriff's Association, apparently. And back when he was elected in 2018, he displaced a 25-year veteran. And at the time, the Republicans in that on that county legislature, they decided they were going to, for the first time, enact automatic cost of living CPI increases to a base salary that they fixed. And back then, 2018, they said the sheriff, 85,000, and they applied cost of living to it. And of course, that all changed last year, where they wanted more. And I guess back then, 2024, the salary for the sheriff was scheduled to be $101,000. And it was, I read the minutes, and there were a lot of people waxing poetically about all the, how it used to be. Elected people sometimes never got a raise in 8, 10, 12 years. You know, they were public servants. So I'm just, I kind of came to the point, you know, I don't begrudge anybody what they, what they can earn, the most that they can earn. But you've already been told by the governor that they're not going to backstop. New York State's not going to backstop all the federal cuts coming down. And it's going to affect the poorest of the poor. It's going to affect our county. And there's hard choices to make. And again, if you were to apply, I just went back and applied that 85,000 base guy for the sheriff of Chautauqua County, he'd be on average to earn $107,000 in 2026. $107,000, according to the minutes of their meeting. So, again, I don't know what comparables you all use, but something's, a little bit off there. And I would say that, again, knowing what's coming, that you take another look at these things and come up with something that's more in line with reality today. And if you're going to use, I don't know what comparables you use, but there's one that's bigger population, bigger square footage, the county size, and, a lot less. But their Republican legislator down there in 2024, I mean, they initialized a cost of living CPI increase in 2018 for them. Now they redid it all last year and raised all the bases up. So, and again, they're number 5 as far as the poverty level for New York State counties. So something's amiss. I mean, we all have to kind of live within our means. So take another look. I think scrap this one, take another look at it, and come back with something else. Okay, thanks.
Randy Wilkinson, please come forward.
So, I'm a solid no on this. I watch all your committee meetings. I can infer that there's a lot of work that's being done. Because there's not all of that discussion's happening in the committee meetings. I know that you're talking to the civil servants, you're talking to the head of the departments. I know that it's a lot of work. Things are hard right now. It's as hard as it's ever been out there right now. Maybe right now isn't the time to take the race. It just isn't. The first speaker that came up here said something that really struck me. To not be distracted and to not litigate issues that are happening at the federal level. Says who? Says who? The county legislature has been controlled by Republicans for decades. The state assembly has been in Will Barkley's hands for 20 years, roughly. Let's see,
It's not true.
how long has it been?
He's been an assemblyman for quite a while, but the assembly has not been in his control. He's a minority.
No, the seat, not the assembly. No, he's the head of the, sorry if I misspoke. But yeah, we're good. Claudia Tenney, a stout Republican and MAGA supporter, is our representative, who is never around, who doesn't hold town halls, who doesn't represent us. let's see, at the federal level, you guys own the executive, you own the legislative, you own the judicial, okay? Up until recently, you owned the Senate seat, the New York State Senate seat as well, until Chris Ryan took it. In all of that time, we haven't solved the issues that we face today. And you don't want us to make that connection from where we are here all the way up to the federal level? Absolutely not. We are one of the poorest counties. When things go bad at the federal level, they hit us first. Other counties can absorb this. Other counties might have better connections to the Democrat-led Albany. They might be able to go a little further. I just don't trust the party that controls that entire chain that has led to us being in this position to solve the problems that we are in now. Give us a sign of good faith, decline to take this, decline to give the sheriff an extra 8%. Let's come back next year after we've weathered the first impacts of the big, beautiful bill. Let's come back after 2027. I look at you, I listen to you guys speak in your committee meetings. You're not dumb, you're not lazy, okay? You're leaders of the county. Show us that you're leaders. Take that money, put it towards something else, and we'll come back in a couple years and let's have this conversation again. From the 2026 proposed budget, by the way, excellently written, very easy to follow. You write, federal revenues are down slightly in the 2026 budget because most scheduled reductions don't occur until the last quarter of 2026. However, federal reductions will impact the full year of 2027. And if federal and state mandates are not similarly reduced, we may need more UFB that year to mitigate resulting tax increases. You postulate this year, you're saying maybe we'll do 1 million this year and we'll swing back again and we're going to have to do 5 to 6 million more from the UFB in 2027. I ask you, which party is responsible for creating that problem in this county? Now, I'm not saying that you guys created that problem, but you're in that party. Call Claudia Tenney, call Will Barkley, ask Tenney to get on Fox News and OAN, where she seems to spend all of her time, and have her address some of these problems to send money down here. Voting for the big, beautiful bill was such an unconscionable thing for her constituents. Now we're sitting here in this room and we have to solve those problems. You're telling me that nobody here has her phone number? Nobody here ever sees her? None of you ever go to those private dinners and luncheons that constituents like us can't get to? Talk to her. Talk to her. Tell her no. Don't spend our money like that. Don't take money away from the services that we need. We're going to have to solve that problem. Like I said, I follow all your committee meetings, and it seems a lot like you guys are really big on maintaining the status quo. Great. You are competent leaders. Oswego County's population has been shrinking over the last decade. Median household income is 17% less than the state median. Per capita income is 20% lower. Median home value, which is something we do well here, is 73.9% of the state average. So you can't afford a house here. But the reason that that's so much lower is because we're a poor Republican county. I could go on and on and on.
Sure you can.
But hey,
Out of
so
respect for everyone, please.
I'll be real fast, just saying, hey, we're all friends. We know each other. Please be careful going home tonight.
All right, thank you. And again, this is actually one of my neighbors. We call you tourists, but you're okay. Small comment though, you mentioned Senator Ryan taking over a Republican seat. He did not. He took it over from Senator Mannion, who went on to Congress. The other part of you made a comment about not talking with the other side. I had conversations with Senator Ryan on Monday. So we do converse. It's not a one-sided, lopsided thing like you're referencing. But again, thank you for caring about how I drive home in the snow.
I mean, again, I have children that go to school with Martinos. I also, please be careful. It was kind of hectic getting out here. All right.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Gina Hubbard, please come forward. Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Good day. So I've been thinking a lot about what I wanted to say,
And I know
Hold the mic down, hold the mic down.
There you go.
I'm a professional. I've been thinking a lot about what I wanted to say. And it's being asked if raises should be approved. And I know that most of you are working 2 jobs, probably 3. And as well as being the county representative. I know how hard it is to pay bills and try to be generous to neighbors and nonprofits, especially from being financially strapped or maybe other times witnessing when somebody is struggling and you're assisting them and there's nothing more you can do. I get it. However, I do wish to stress that I don't agree with the legislature voting for their own raises. That's my rub. And that's what I hope the new year brings with some new people coming in, that they actually bring up a resolution that moves raises to the citizens' ballot vote for legislators, the clerk, the treasurer, and the sheriff. Your constituents pay the taxes and pays every county employee. Other employees are not able to vote themselves raises. If they did, those who are receiving the benefits that from the programs that they help others navigate would not stand in line awaiting those benefits with their clients. In addition to voting yourselves, the county clerk, the treasurer, and the sheriff raises during this challenging time is certainly an action of privilege. I ask you all to consider your level of integrity, and would you wait until times are more steady for your constituents before you vote for these raises? Wait until next year. Or if you do vote for yourself to get those raises, commit to donating to the food bank through your paycheck, or increase your donation, because I'm sure you do donate. Currently, examples of leadership are so needed right now. Being a good leader requires sacrifice for the greater good and higher good. Sacrifice, generosity, integrity, and caring for others, to me, is the cornerstone of humanity. I don't know if my words are going to touch any of you for your decision today or any time in the future, but nevertheless, I'm going to be me, and I wish you all a very safe and happy holiday, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Would Chris Weisenberger please come forward? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes to speak. The county legislature is voting today to give huge pay raises to the county sheriff, the treasurer, and the county clerk. Once the raises are phased in, the Oswego County Sheriff will make $155,000 per year in addition to his pension from a previous job. By comparison, the Onondaga County Sheriff will make much less, $125,000 per year. The population of Onondaga County is 471,919 people. The population of Oswego County is only 118,305. To be clear, Sheriff Hilton will be receiving $30,000 more than his counterpart in Onondaga County, while serving 300,000 fewer people. It is also worth noting that Onondaga County is much more urban, with all of the problems that brings. It's outrageous to think that members of the county legislature believe they are entitled to give themselves a 3% raise and give the sheriff, the clerk, and the treasurer an 8% pay raise, while the rest of us are worrying more about paying for housing, childcare, health care, and groceries. What is the county doing for residents? about rising childcare costs, grocery prices, sky-high rental prices. Are you standing up to Claudia Tenney? Are you telling her that if Republicans do not act soon, our health care will be unaffordable? I ask you to withdraw this resolution until you start solving the many problems families are facing, including stagnant wages, health care costs that are rising, grocery prices, sky-high rents. The people in the back of the room and the people throughout Oswego County are paying attention to how you vote on this resolution. We need change. If Republicans can't fix the problems in the county, we are going to replace you with people who can. Thank you.
Thank you. Would Kyle Zintars, is that how you pronounce it, come forward? Thank you. 5 minutes, please.
Hello, my name is Kyle Zintars. I'm a mental health counselor at SUNY Oswego. I live in Oswego. I live on Ellen Street, in case you need to verify that I'm in Oswego and my opinions matter here. I'm here to speak out against the raises that you are proposing, specifically for Sheriff Don Hilton. I do not think he deserves all of these raises. I don't think you all necessarily deserve these raises. And I think it's really important to call attention to the fact that to get here, to have a public hearing, you scheduled it at 2 p.m. on Thursday. That is inaccessible to most people. I had to take vacation time. I had to reschedule clients that I would see to provide mental health counseling services just to talk to you. I have reached out to people on this committee, in this place. It is rare when I get a response. So for me to show up here, having to do all of that, with privilege, like I have a good job that gives me good benefits. Do you think people who are working at fast food restaurants, trying to pay bills to keep their houses, are going to be here at 2 p.m. to speak with you? This is not a public hearing. You want a public hearing, have it at a time where more people can be here. That's a public hearing. Otherwise, you don't care about us. You are doing this for your own convenience, and that bothers me. So I'm here to speak specifically for and against all of this legislation that is pushing raises that give money to politicians and to people in our community who don't deserve them. I wrote an editorial that is in the paper about Don Hilton. You can check out all of the reasons why I don't think that he deserves this raise, and I urge you to vote against it. So in brief, I do want to specify, because there was a speaker here who was really giving credit to the county sheriff, providing a safe community. People are safe here, we don't have to worry about it, we're taken care of. If you are black and brown, you do not feel that here. I work with students, black and brown students, Asian students, indigenous students, who do not feel safe going to TJ Maxx in this community. And you can look, I can see faces. I can tell when you're feeling smug, like, oh, that's not true. You're all white. You are all white. You don't know that experience. You do not know that experience. So when I'm sitting with students in mental health counseling who are in crisis because their parents may get deported from this country, when they are scared to go to the grocery store in this community, that is a problem. So it is not safe for everybody. If you live in poverty, this is not a safe place for you. If you are unhoused, this is not a safe place for you. How many warming centers do we have? Where do people go when they need to be warm? Are you sleeping on the streets? Does anybody here live in poverty? No. Why don't we have representatives who know that experience? Are you out there talking to people who are unhoused? No. You are giving yourselves raises. That is not okay. None of that is okay. It is horrifying to see that. We are concerned about people surviving, and you are getting a pay raise that you get to vote for the third year in a row. I'm very opposed to this. And I really hope that you sit with this, because you are members in this community. We all know who you are. We all know how you're voting. You go to the same grocery stores that the person that you are screwing over goes to. This is not okay. And I really hope that you vote against this. So in closing, what I want to say is I urge you to vote no on this. And I appreciate my legislator, Kevin Hill, for doing so. I know he has done this consistently, and I'm very appreciative of that. I ask the rest of you what you want your legacy to be. If this passes, you will be the politicians who acted selfishly while your community suffered. And part of Organize Oswego, we believe in care, not cops. And we know that there is more safety when people have their basic needs met. If it were cops that created safety, the U.S. would be the safest place in the world. But that is far from the truth. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Karen Oakes. I'm a resident of District 4, a resident, a taxpayer, a voter, as are all of our other speakers today. I'm here today to address the raises that you are preparing to give yourselves and other elected officials, raises that notably you waited to introduce until after last month's election, even holding a special committee meeting to do so, and that you are pushing through this afternoon so that they will take effect on January 1st. I'm here to tell you that your constituents did not ask for this. Your constituents ask you to take our concerns seriously, to acknowledge that there are very real, imminent threats to our county's economic future as a result of the federal budget cuts that are barreling toward us. But instead, you're going to vote to give yourselves a raise for the 10th consecutive year. A lot of your constituents do know, like you, what it's like to work a second job in addition to your regular full-time job. But most of us don't get full-time benefits for doing so. And we definitely don't get to vote to give ourselves a raise every year. You've got a pretty sweet deal here. And we, the taxpayers, get to foot the bill for this kind of self-dealing that comes with one-party rule. The fact that this legislature has 25 members means that we are already wildly out of sync with comparably sized counties across New York State. Most of our neighboring counties, as well as the counties with comparable populations, have between 15 and 19 legislators. In theory, having more legislators ought to mean having more responsive representation. But it would be hard to argue that that is how things are actually working out here. That argument that this is a genuinely responsive and representative body becomes harder still to make when you are proposing a package of raises for 3 county officials that altogether will compound to a total of 22.5% increase over the next 3 years. A rate of increase that is well more than double what any of your other county employees get, and a raise rate that none of your constituents could ever dream of in their private employment. 8% plus 8% plus 5% more in the 3rd year. Not because of any special merit, but because the people who hold those positions know that you have their backs. These raises will put Oswego County further out of sync with surrounding and with comparably sized counties. The proposed 2026 raise for the sheriff would have him making as much as the sheriff of Onondaga County, whose population is 4 times larger than ours. The proposed raises for county clerk and county treasurer would have them making between 10 and 30% more than neighboring and comparably sized counties, neighboring like Onondaga, comparable like Jefferson, St. Lawrence, Chautauqua, and Ontario counties. Nobody else who lives in Oswego County sees these kinds of increases. Indeed, our county's median household income is 10 to 25% lower than the median household income in all of those comparably sized counties that I just named. Now, I know that you're eager this evening to go ahead and present your budget and to tell the taxpayers that it even includes a slight decrease to the overall tax rate. And I know you probably consider that a job well done. But I ask you to remember that the bottom line isn't the only thing that matters. It matters how you're spending our money. It matters whether you're valuing all of your county employees or just the few who are politically well connected. It matters whether you are listening to your constituents or whether you are simply taking care of yourselves and your political cronies. As you see from today's gallery, and there's lots more in the overflow room, the people are watching. And as you saw in the election results last month, public comment period isn't the only place where your constituents are making their voices heard. We'll see you back at the ballot box next year.
Thank you, George. And excuse me if I get this pronounced wrong, Savale Run?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, I use all my vacation time to be a legislator.
Thank you. It is a great number of us do use vacation time for that. All right, here we have Savale Run, is that close?
Yeah, that's close enough.
All right, thank you. You have 5 minutes.
As long as you don't spell it with a Q like a substitute teacher has before.
Well, there are a lot of great points that have been made here today. One thing I want to add to that is that our county is the second highest rent cost behind Chemung County only in rental increases this year for 2025, 24th nationally. So I know you all do a lot of wonderful work and amazing work that people don't see, but you're also our elected officials and our leaders. And I really think to genuinely help push away the distrust in government on many levels, it can start with you guys leading that charge, being above the fray, really showing true leadership by taking the brave steps of saying, no, we're not going to just, go ahead. I mean, none of this was even explained. There wasn't any reasoning explained to people as to why this was going on. I brought this up to people even this week, and they said, we had no idea. And looking back at the salaries of it, and you look at different departments. For 2020, for this year alone, for the DA's office, we're just under $2 million. And 2 of the assistant district attorneys both got DWIs. One got a second one, had to get kicked out again. For $1.9 million that it was spent in that department. The Sheriff's Department of Fees and Services this year had $2.7 million. There's also a concern too that with WellPath in there, I don't know if you all are aware, but there have been many other lawsuits in other municipalities, and WellPath puts it on the municipality. And these are major cases. I know that Sheriff Hilton does what he can do, but to be fair, he has also contributed to, and I'm glad the first speaker feels safe. That is not my experience. This year, I've never been more afraid for my life here, to be honest with you. And so I can't even imagine what it's like for other people that are in worse off positions than I am. I feel grateful to this community. This was the first place in my family when I moved here in 1996. Before that, I was moving every 10 months. But I've never seen it like this, and I applaud everyone that has been pushing back this year and actually speaking on that, and I thank them even for acknowledging the fact that they have white privilege. It really means a lot to me. And just to bring up the fact too that yes, the city has different, but they are interconnected. And we have a legislator here who's also the city assessor who's been working very hard. So these are very intertwined things, and the concern again is that this probe has been ongoing, and there have been extra time granted, and I know that national issues are national issues, but and that same person that's under investigation also is at the State of the Union address, they're just concerned. I'm not saying that that's anything wrong with that, but I just feel like if there was more transparency, we are the slowest county in this area to even get out home buying results. For transparency, we are by far the worst. So I feel like if you all take this brave step and say no to this, it will go so far. I know you all do a lot of work, but with great power, to quote Spider-Man, with great power comes great responsibility. And true positive change is organic in nature and takes time, and it takes those people that go unseen and really dig in and start that. You all have an opportunity to do that, and that's my hope, and I thank you all for what you do.
Thank you. 5 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Patty Thamwell. I am from the town of Oswego. I'm a frequent flyer at these legislature meetings. I'm a former county employee. I retired, and I know many of you. Marie is my legislator, who I respect greatly. And there's many here that I worked with, that I respected their work. But right now, in this country, and I beg to differ with Mr. Spiteri, what is going on the national level is appalling, frightful, awful, terrible. Our democracy is at stake. And if you cannot push back against that, I have deep concerns of where your alliances lie. So for instance, I have watched this legislature pretty much vote in lockstep, time and time and time again. And whenever Legislator Castilla or Legislator Schatt tried to move a motion that made sense or asked for any consideration, talk about decorum, there wasn't much decorum from their fellow legislators. I have seen that. I have seen them ridicule Legislator Castilla, Legislator Schatt, some of the people in this audience. So I take issue with that, and if you want to see it online, just watch the public safety meeting from December 1st, chaired by Legislator Mark Greco, where he ridicules Frank Castilla because he got the question right. And Mr. Greco did not want to discuss it, so he shut down a legitimate question. So I encourage you all to take a look at that. And part of what I have seen is why I don't agree with the raises for this body. But when there was ARPA money to be had, we repealed the local law so you could get a better raise. And you did that. And apparently you have no problem doing that. Now that we know this county is going to be in trouble because of the big bad bill, we're just still acting with abandon, like it's not going to affect us. But it is. I worked in the early 2000s. I saw county employees laid off, and it was one of the worst experiences of my life. And I think we're heading there. There are already 40 vacancies, at least, at DSS, 80 throughout the county. But we're going to give these outrageous raises to the sheriff, the county clerk, the county treasurer. Where are our priorities? This sheriff, I don't know how anyone could support him. I don't know how you support him. We know that he worked in collusion with the federal government on the Cato raid. that he was pulling people over, racially profiling them on their way to work to feed the feds money. And that's what Legislator Castillo was asking the question about. And the undersheriff said, yeah, we were working on an investigation for the federal government. And watch it. I mean, they denied. The sheriff looked in my face at one meeting. We talked out there. He's not working in collusion, not at all. Really, Patty, the Post-Standard has it wrong. The reporting is wrong. So I do not support the sheriff's raise. I do not. I don't like his stance on many things. So please do the right thing. Look what's going on in this country and start pushing back, or we're going to lose our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Greco.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd like to respond since my name was brought up publicly. Mr. Castillo asked a
Can I
question of the
respond to
undersheriff.
his response?
No.
No, thank you. The Legislator Greco, continue.
Mr. Castillo asked a question of the undersheriff that was privileged information for an ongoing investigation. It could not be made out, could not be made public at this time.
Was not
Compromise, excuse me, could compromise the case. So it has to wait until the case is adjudicated before that information can come out publicly.
What about the case of the people involved in the
Thank
catering?
you. Would, this is a little bit odd in that Rose LaFrate?
Yes, sir, LaFrance.
Okay, well, this is a little odd that you're reading a letter for her, but.
Well, she can't make to a 2 o'clock meeting, sir. I said that I would read it for her.
Continue, you have 5 minutes, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rose LaFrate, a constituent of mine, sent me a letter to read for her. It says, to it may concern, as a resident of Oswego County, a county currently facing significant financial strain for a variety of well-known reasons, I am deeply opposed to the legislature voting itself yet another pay raise. Frankly, I am disgusted. You are elected to serve the people of this county, not to prioritize your own financial interests. I urge you to reflect honestly what meaningful actions have been taken recently to improve the lives of the people you represent. While our taxes continue to rise and utility costs climb higher each year, families are being pushed to the brink. Right now, many residents are being forced to make heartbreaking decisions between keeping the lights on and putting food on the table. People are working harder than ever, often juggling multiple jobs. You still struggle to make ends meet. Given these realities, how can anyone justify approving a pay raise for themselves? Our government is built on the principle of checks and balances, designed to prevent exactly this kind of self-serving decision-making. When a governing body votes to increase its own compensation year after year without oversight from an independent committee or the taxpayers themselves, it is not upholding that principle. It is creating a clear conflict of interest and undermining public trust. Oswego County deserves leadership that demonstrates fiscal responsibility, transparency, and accountability. Voting self-granted pay raises, especially in times of economic hardship for your constituents, does not reflect those values. I urge you to reconsider this decision and to focus instead on policies that provide real relief and support for the people who are elected to serve. Do better. Sincerely, Rose LaFrate, Fulton, New York. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak about on this particular public hearing?
Yes, sir.
Legislator Rehale.
Just for the record, I think the taxes have remained the same or lowered every year for 12 years in a row. So the mention of taxes going up are not from the county.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Are you signed up, or do you wish to sign up?
I signed up, but I think I put my name on the wrong list. Can I speak?
Apparently you did.
Can I speak?
I'll allow it if you hurry, because we got a lot of stuff to do after this.
It won't take long, I promise.
Okay.
Jim, there's one more hint too. I can call it.
All right, well, so we're gonna cut it off. After that, whoever, two more, that's it. We're doing one more. Let's go.
Chairman Weatherall, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to waste any time. This is about the sheriff for me, so I won't pick on the other two. Some people are going to say this is old news, but I'm going to go back a little bit. Sheriff says no problems with flying Trump campaign flag on county boat, August 2020. Feds, sheriff violated Hatch Act by flying Trump flag, March 2021. Deputy Brandon Stone, sex with an incarcerated female, October 2022, updated in 25. Ex-Oswego County jail guard sentenced to 10 years on child porn charges, November 25. So the sheriff, for his own political purposes, disobeyed the county policy, which I read, it was put out before this, and the Hatch Act, as well as being involved with an altered American flag. Okay, I'm a veteran, okay? Under 4 U.S. Code subsection 8 and 18 U.S. Code subsection 700, that's punishable, that's a crime, okay? So we have a sheriff who did it and said, by his own words, no problem, okay? We then had a deputy at the jail having a sexual relationship with an inmate who legally can't give consent. Now the stupid thing about this is if you do this in a state prison, it's 1 to 2 years in jail. If you do it in the county jail, they got it down to a misdemeanor, even though he was charged with 2 felonies. Okay? Then we have a deputy who had at least 960 additional images of child pornography on his phone that the prosecutor said he had been using at the jail while he was working. He was only prosecuted for 5 of the images, but I haven't seen anything where they tried to leverage the other 955 to get somebody else. Now, last but not least, the sheriff was quoted as saying after the incident with a deputy having sexual relations with an inmate, "I'm always disappointed when the people that are entrusted to enforce the laws break the laws." Keep that in mind. One thing I know for sure about leadership and management, since I've got about 40 years of it, including the Army, if the boss disregards the rules he doesn't like and does what he wants, he shouldn't be surprised when those that work for him do the same thing. The leader is the example for the rest. The sheriff was blatant in his disregard for the Hatch Act. He's an example of leadership. He is not an example of leadership. He should be rewarded with a raise of any kind. To quote the sheriff himself, "I'm always disappointed when the people that are entrusted to enforce the law break the laws." I'm very disappointed too, Sheriff. And since you already make as much as the sheriff of a county with over 4 times as many people, and during your tenure as sheriff broke the law at least once, you sure as hell don't deserve a raise. And after the Attorney General's investigation is completed, maybe you'll need a new job. So here's what I'm going to use the rest of my time for. I was at the meeting that was just talked about, and Mr. Greco did yell at Mr. Castiglia. And he yelled something very interesting. "I'm teaching a constitutional law class. You should take it. You're old. You could get in for free." I had a discussion the other day with another member of this body after a meeting, and I think he needs to teach that class to you. Because what came out of his mouth disturbed me as a guy who understands the Constitution. Now, everybody expects me to go up there and talk about the jail, and they talk about the medical care. Somebody brought that up earlier. We'll pass 1,500 lawsuits they got rid of in 2024 because they declared bankruptcy. 1,500 lawsuits. Okay? Also, someone else just said something a few minutes ago I was talking about too. When I get irritated, I get really frustrated. And when he talked about smug, Mr. Greco stood up and did his little wave. I think that's what we were talking about. The problem is, this group, I go to every meeting. If you go to a meeting, subcommittee meeting, and there's no Democrat in it, and I'm going to paraphrase, people go through that like poop through a goose and artichoke season. The other day in a meeting, it didn't have a Democrat in it, 35 resolutions were cleared in less than 10 minutes. That's not really committee work. That means everything's being done before you get there. And when you want to admonish somebody for saying the S word, the President of the United States has yelled the F word at reporters on TV, and you're insulted about that?
I don't have a gavel for Mr. Trump.
Oh, you do here?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so then maybe next time, use the gavel for something besides what the majority wants. Thank you.
In the back, the last corner on the left, you had your hand up first. Yes, you, in the red, the vest. Well, pick between yourselves. Somebody come forward. Thank you. And your name is?
Michelle Kennedy.
Michelle Kennedy?
Kennedy.
Kennedy?
H-A-N-N-O-C-K.
Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Michelle Hannick, and I would like to speak on Local Law 5, a local law fixing and establishing the salaries of certain elected county officers of the County of Oswego. The proposed pay raises for certain elected officials, including legislators, are insensitive and out of touch with day-to-day struggles of voters. Oswego County is one of the poorest counties in New York State. 16% of people in the county live in poverty. More than 1/4 of all children in the county live in poverty as well. And the raises that you're voting on today feel like a slap in the face to people who are also working 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet. People can't afford to pay rent, feed their children, pay for prescription medications, and pay the rising cost of heat, especially as temperatures drop in the winter months. The proposed pay raises in Local Law 5 show indifference to the struggle of working people. Times are tough. For example, over 18,000 people in the county receive food assistance through SNAP. People on SNAP get $187 a month on average, and that's around $6 a day. That's not a lot to work with, especially on how food prices have been rising lately. Food costs are expected to continue to rise with no relief in sight. Keep in mind the optics of voting to give yourselves and certain elected county officers when CSCA workers in the county have not yet settled their contract. CSCA workers are the people who do the real work of keeping the county going. They are custodians, snowplow drivers, social workers, hospital workers, and many others. Society cannot function without them. If you pass Local Law 5, then CSCA workers that deserve the same pay raises as you give CSCA workers deserve the same pay raises as you give yourselves as elected officials. I respectfully ask you to withdraw Local Law 5 from the agenda until CSCA workers in the county have also reached a fair agreement. Thank you.
All right, yes, come forward.
I don't need 5 minutes.
Oh, that'd be great. Well, thank you, but you do have 5 minutes if you need.
Well,
And your name is?
Mary Lowe. I signed up on the wrong sheet too. Is this working now?
Yes.
Am I okay? I've been very impressed with a lot of the statistics. Maybe, you've heard them all before the counties and things like that. And I don't need to go through that. What I'm concerned about is that you're giving yourself raises when you don't know quite what the budget's going to be, the effect of the federal budget on this county. And I've asked a few people, do you know how much? I mean, some of these things you can't really tie down, and know for sure. But early June, Mr. Bacchus, with the health services of the county, wrote a letter, and he appealed to all of you to really contact your representatives, including Representative Tenney and our senators, about the drastic effect of the potential cuts to Medicaid on this county. And Mr. Church has warned all of us to remember that the Medicaid costs are almost half of what our property taxes raise. Isn't that correct? And what I'm wondering about is how many of you
did what he asked you to do. He almost, I don't know if to me, it sounds like he was begging you to do it. And I don't know how many of you really contacted Tenny and the others and were active about it. He said it was catastrophic, and another doctor said we might lose a hospital. And I talked to this body at that time. I said, can you imagine this place without that hospital? So how many of you did contact him and ask, make clear what that big, beautiful bill was going to do if it passed, and it did pass? How many of you did contact your legislators, the elected officials above you? Would you dare, can you raise your hands? Okay, some of you did. It looks like maybe most of you didn't. And when I consider the raises you want to give yourself, if you were working in that manner and doing those things, and we saw some results, not just individually, I was hoping that this body could vote and say something to Representative Taney. She doesn't answer anything I write to her anymore, but good heavens, we need to have communication up and down, and we need to have you, we need evidence that shows that you're really concerned about the health care in this county. When we hear and see that it's a 3% raise, I mean, the first person who spoke here talked about that vote done in 2021, was it 2022? And you would set up your increases through 2025. You can see how old I am, 1925. And yet the very next year, you made an amendment and it was 6%. So these raises aren't 3%, and for the sheriff, it's not 8%. It's 8% and 8% and 5%, right? So let's call it 19% over 3 years. Anyway, I would like to see what the budget is, what's going to happen next year when we really get the cuts to Medicaid. I would like to delay these raises and do, the optic thing is a real, that people have raised is a real issue. It would be so wonderful to break that. So the 10 years in a row you've raised, voted for raises for yourself, how about just stopping for 1 year? And how about waiting to find out what really is going to happen with the Medicaid cuts? Because I'm scared silly about that. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak on local?
Mr. Chairman, there being no other persons wishing to speak on proposed local law number 5 of 2025, I request to declare the public hearing closed at 3:27.
Thank you. Moving now to our regular meeting, would the clerk please call the roll?
Michael Yurden.
Present.
Herbert Yurden.
Present.
Edward Gilson.
Here.
David Holz.
Here.
Roy Rehill.
Wouldn't miss it.
John Martino.
Wouldn't miss it.
Frank Lombardo.
Here.
Paul House.
Here.
James Weatherup.
Wouldn't miss it.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
Wouldn't miss it.
Linda Lockwood. Richard Klein. Patrick Twist.
Wouldn't miss it.
Stephen Walpole's been marked excused. Kevin Hill.
Here.
James Scanlon.
Wouldn't miss it.
Charles Berger.
Here.
Robert Wilmot.
Here.
Marie Schad.
Here.
Paul Conley.
Wouldn't miss it.
Noel Samuelson.
Wouldn't miss it.
James Karasik. Michael Soloway.
Here.
Mark DeGreco.
Here.
Frank Castilia.
One last time, wouldn't miss it.
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 present, 1 excused.
All right, thank you. The clerk now will lead us in the invocation.
There's no roll call vote, man. There's no roll call vote, son. You gotta remember that.
Let us give thanks for the love, hope, and joy that grace this holiday season. May we remain united beyond this meeting and beyond this season, and may we continue to uphold the strength and resolve needed to bring light into the world and to inspire all those around us. May the blessings and guidance continue with each of us and our families into the new year and beyond. Amen.
Thank you. Could we also have a moment of silence for a highway employee that we had, Peter Kaufeld, that had passed away recently? Thank you. And now the pledge will be led by outgoing legislators Greco, Hill, Karasik, Scanlon, Berger, and Castilla.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. I trust we've had a moment to see our minutes for the regular meeting on October 9th and also November 13th. So moved. So, we have a second? Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you. At this time, could I have legislators Greco, Hill, Scanlon, Berger, Karasik, and Castilla please come forward?
Come on.
No particular order, but handing them off just on top. Okay.
So it gets bad for you.
So, Jim Karasik. Right. It's safe. You can touch it. So again, these legislators are been very hardworking. They've all contributed in their own way to the best of their ability and their attendance. They've always had the interest of the county at heart, and I commend them all for the time that they've put in. Having said that, one quick picture with me, then I'm getting out of here, and you take pictures of all these guys.
Can I actually get one of the legislators to move over to this side, just so we have it more even? Thank you.
You want to go in size?
Well, they said I have, it was left leaning. Thank you. I think a round of applause.
I'll speak up. Thank you very much for that. There are times this is a very interesting job. There's times it's a very rewarding job. And there's times that this job is a challenge. Just personally, I spent 20 years with a great group of people as a planning board chairman, did the Walmart project, did a lot of other things. That store got built with my signature. Got tired of it, decided to run for legislator. 16 years later, I was tied up with surgery and everything else. And then I just turned 73, so I think I'm going to enjoy retirement. I don't know if anybody else has any comments. Other than the Democrat.
I just wanted duly noted, I'm retiring through choice.
A little bit there, huh, Craig?
Right.
I'd like to say a couple of things real quick. I'm very proud about the 6 years I served here. I got to thank my wife first for putting up with this. But we accomplished quite a bit, and I'm very proud of it. I mean, first and foremost, the police academy. What a great thing to put together. Right? We've advanced 911. We've got drones up. We've got drone in the box. We've got robot dogs. We created the public defender's office. Our public defender is here. There's a lot of good stuff that we did. Go back, I mean, there's so many, the toll law that needed to be put in place. Hundreds and hundreds of great things. We got through the pandemic, right? There was a lot of work to do, but it's been a pleasure working with you guys. I'm going to miss all of you, and thank you for all the leadership and the knowledge that everybody's brought forward and taught me and worked with you. And I'm very proud of it. Thank you. Thanks to all of you.
I know the outside one.
It doesn't mean you get to speak again, Frank.
Oh, I don't get to speak again? All right.
Don't worry, you got plenty.
3, 2, 1. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, well, thanks again to all the, first, the present legislators and the outgoing ones. We do have introduction, well, first I'd be remiss to mention former legislator Ron Darrell from Constantia also passed away in the last week or 2 weeks, and he's due a moment of silence, so if we could just do that. Thank you. Now, introduction to visitors. We have a state senator that's here today. Would Senator Walczak please come forward? And as he's coming forward, I would like to mention that he is also a PD Moore graduate, as am I, and 3 or 4 others in the room.
Don't hold it against me.
So we prove it can be done in Central Square. But anyways, thanks you again. Hang on. You can get the pictures up here. As I have done with other visiting people, I gave one to Senator Ryan a couple weeks ago when he was here. I'd like to present Senator Walczak with the Oswego County pin. Careful, it's got a point on it. Thank you. So the senator has agreed to talk to us about a few things going on in Albany and some of the state of our state, if you will, but continue, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a few lapel pins. You pick them up when you do a job like this, but this is the only one that has a nuclear cooling stack in the middle of it. Yes. And I appreciate that, absolutely. First, to the legislature, I want to say, well done. Lowering the tax rate is not an easy feat. I wish Albany paid attention to the hard work that you all do in looking over the books of this county and being good stewards of its finances. Budgets are not easy. Creating the priorities and paying attention to the priorities to all of the communities that you represent is the important work in a democratic republic, in a representative democracy, in a republic that we all pledged allegiance to moments ago. And you're doing that important work. So thank you. I wish Albany paid attention to bodies like this. I think we had even heard some misplaced rage about good fiscal budgeting earlier today. $254 billion. That's the New York State budget. 254 B with $1 billion. Since our governor came into office, which wasn't that long ago, it's gone up 18%. Wow. And that budget is larger than the budgets of Florida and Texas combined. Now, Florida and Texas both have larger populations than the state of New York. Their people have needs, yet those states are able to have half the budget that we do and provide services for their constituents. So I wanted to run through a couple of things. And by the numbers, you could fight the Vietnam War and defeat communism with less money, which our federal government did. So that just tells you how big New York State's budget is. And this is the situation that New York State has put its counties in. $14 billion is the total amount of county taxes used to pay for state programs each year, with $7.6 billion paid in Medicaid by the counties, which is more than all other counties in the nation combined. This drives New York's nation-leading property tax burden, which you hear I hear the concerns of the residents. It is not your county government's fault. This happens in Albany. Talk to your state legislators. I'm one of them. I won't tell you all about it at the podium today, but I'm happy to respond anytime. 90%, and this is what Albany's one-party rule has done, 90% of a county's property tax levy is dedicated to paying for state and federal mandates, and the overwhelming majority of those are state mandates. That leaves you with little control over that last 10% of your total budget, and you've been great stewards for the county with that. And just highlighting one in infrastructure, 87%. Local highway departments maintain 87% of New York State's 110,000 miles of roads. Over 50% of the state's 18,000 bridges. Yet, you know, your county highway superintendent knows that only a small portion of that comes back to the counties, to the local municipalities to maintain all of those lane miles and bridges. It's expensive work. The state bridges, the state highways, they look pretty good. I anticipate because it's 2026, they're going to look good for the next year. But each and every year that the county highway superintendents come down to Albany wearing their orange shirts, advocating for consolidated highway improvement program funding, the state falls flat on its commitment in sending some of that tax money that it's collected back to the municipalities that need it the most, that own the most lane miles and the bridges. So I 100% feel your pain. And when we shift over to energy, I know people are very concerned about affordability. So am I. New York State passed this thing called the CLCPA, Climate Leadership and Community Protection Act. It's like the Green New Deal for New York. Has a lot of requirements underneath it, and in order to try and meet those requirements, what they've ended up with since 2019 when they passed the thing is actually a net reduction in the amount of electrons that New York State produces. You heard that right, a net reduction. So they pulled a nuclear power facility offline in the Hudson Valley. They tried to make up the difference with a couple of natural gas blending facilities, and all of the wind and solar that you see all over New York State. And after billions and billions in taxpayer subsidy and ratepayer subsidy that everyone's seeing on their bills right now, they've actually ended up producing less electricity. So while demand is going up, and we know it will continue to go up in New York State, and in some cases the state is forcing demand to go up, supply of electricity has actually reduced under this program. This is the reason that your constituents are hurting every time they see their electric bill. And on crime, your county is doing a great job in policing, but it is a difficult job in this environment. Your district attorney is trying his best to prosecute criminals and keep them off the streets, I heard concerns at this podium about public safety. I am deeply concerned about public safety. The policies that Albany has passed, from bail reform to taking away judges' discretion in dangerousness, to raise the age policies and everything they've done in corrections and policing, has made the job of policing and prosecuting criminals to keep them out of our communities tremendously difficult. So thank you for continuing to invest in your prosecutor's office and in your police force. It's critically important. I'm also in the state senate. I sit as the elections committee ranker. It's a pretty thankless job, believe it or not. It is the most contentious of all the committees to sit on, but I'm the ranking Republican member on that committee. Now each year, Democrat elections commissioners and Republican elections commissioners get together and they actually form a bipartisan agenda for the New York State legislature. This past year, they took up 19 different ideas for how New York State can make its elections run better and more efficient. But throughout the Senate and the Assembly, we passed 200 measures, different proposals, none of them on that bipartisan list, all of them one-sided. This, unfortunately, is what's happening in Albany. This is the climate that you live in. Listen, your job is not easy here in the legislature, but I applaud you for it. My mission is to serve you in this county If there's ever an issue that comes across your desk and you say, we need this or that from a state agency, I believe in the checks and balances, and my job is to make sure that the residents of Oswego County are getting their fair shake from the government in Albany. New York State has made your job more difficult, but you do this work, you spend countless hours, you spend the extra time. I see you out in the community, dedicating yourselves, spending time away from your families to serve the residents of Oswego County. And I thank you that. And you do it, I thank you for that. And you do it because you care. You care about the residents of Oswego County. You care about the next generation. You care about the future of this county. And I see the policies that you make, keeping all of them in mind. So thank you for all you do. I'm a phone call away if you ever need me. And from my family to yours, Merry Christmas. God bless you.
Thank you. Now we move to public speakers on resolutions of the day. Legislator Martino. Thank you. Would Brad Trudell come forward? Thank you. You have 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to speak to you today. And I have prepared remarks, but my only extemporaneous one will be thank you, Senator Walczyk, for your objective facts in your presentation. My name is Bradley Trudell. I've lived in Oswego County for over 3 decades. I'm a retired U.S. Marine, a retired nuclear worker, and a former member of this body, the Oswego County Legislature. I rise today to encourage support of Finance and Personnel Resolutions FP2, amending certain salaries, and FP7, adoption of the 2026 budget. Regarding FP2, I'd like to mention the success and progress of our Sheriff's Office. The list of improvements to the Sheriff's Office and subsequent service to the community since Sheriff Hilton's election have been significant. I'll name just one of those today. As a result of the disastrous riots and violence across our nation in 2020, and continuing since then, a police reform plan was conceived and implemented in the Sheriff's Office. A significant piece of that plan has been the implementation of the Civilian Police Academy. The Civilian Police Academy provides an opportunity for civilians to learn about law enforcement activities and abbreviated classes directly from law enforcement here in the county, as well as guest presenters from various county agencies that interact to provide for public safety. This past Tuesday, 9 attendees were graduated from the Civilian Police Academy and presented with certificates from Sheriff Hilton and Sergeant Jim Pryor, who was the primary instructor and facilitator. The Civilian Police Academy seeks to foster solid community relations, cooperation, and understanding, and lessen the detrimental impact and effects of the anti-law enforcement efforts that have become popular across our nation, and in particular here in New York State, and even here in Oswego County. Regarding FP7, the adoption of the 2026 budget, I am familiar with the budget process and creating it as a past member of this legislature. The hard work and dedication required to produce a budget is immense. I'd like to take a moment to express my gratitude to all those involved in the process. Thank you to our legislators for your diligence in ensuring the process is fair. Thank you to the individual department heads and their staffs that contribute, and in particular, Veronica Turner and Phil Church for their daily efforts. The budget process is not a short seasonal endeavor, but it's a continuing process throughout the year. I could go on for a very long time about the successes that our county agencies have produced. I'll conclude now by saying thank you to those legislators that are outgoing. Thank you for your dedication and work here. Congratulations to those legislators that have been re-elected, and also congratulations to those individuals that are newly elected and will take their office soon. I hope to hear about good things from all of you in the spirit of cooperation and mutual respect. Merry Christmas and Happy Holidays, everyone.
Thank you. At this time, could we have Michelle Hannick come forward?
She had to leave.
To help, Michelle is out. It's crossed off on the list here, but I might as well go through that. Is Paul McKinney still here? Also left. Jim Cannon? Yep.
Which resolution is this?
Well, you didn't list one. This is about any resolution that we're talking about today. Sure. I'm sure you could pick one. Which resolution?
On the sheet.
FP2 is which one? FP2?
I'm sure I don't talk about the wrong one.
Sure, I want to read it correctly here.
That won't be till 7 o'clock. right?
FP2 is, no, it's just before the 7th session.
Oh, all right.
Which one's FP2?
That's about the salaries of certain elected county officers. I'll put you down here for FP2, sir.
Thank you. I've read, every time I've been here, I've written down, and I have all the documents. If anybody thinks I'm the one of the people that's fraudulent, I bring them every time. You want to read them, I have them. What do they call it? Bring your receipts. With the poverty in this county, the effects of the big BS bill, and everything else, I just think it's a shame that you people feel like you have to take a raise, because if any of you thought you were going to go into politics to make money, it's probably wrong. And so I think if you took the job knowing what it was paid, when you take a job at any place else, you know what it's going to be paid. You don't expect the next day or the next week or the next year you're going to be able to give yourself a raise. In this climate, I think it's, I won't use the word immoral, but I think it's horrible when you look around the county. I would hope that if you do get that raise, which I hope you don't, but if you do, that you might think about taking a small percentage of that and giving it to the local food pantries, as a lot of people here have been helping them, because the full effects aren't here yet, but the fact that you're getting a raise when everybody else is starving for food in some cases, and I don't mean that, I don't mean as a ridiculous statement, literally starving for food, and every percentage in the population is increasing as far as the food insecurity, people on food stamps who aren't, by the way, sitting at home eating Cheetos in a lot of cases. My niece gets that because she has 3 children and no spouse and doesn't have any luck with us, or sometimes Oswego County, getting any child support, and she works. So I take it personally when I hear people, not necessarily right here, making comments about people sitting on the couch and expecting money. That's not what it is. So think of those people when you're getting your raise. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we have Randy Wilkinson come forward?
Chairman Weather, are there comments this evening as well?
No, these are on the all the resolutions for today.
Public hearing.
There's a public hearing later on.
Public hearing on the budget.
Yeah, public hearing on the budget later after so.
Just want to like speak that out. This is going to be on salaries.
So, okay, thank you.
All right. So I just wanted to complete my comments from earlier. I ran out of time because I was getting long-winded. Anyhow, we're talking about employment rate in the county is sitting at 56.2%. Oswego County has a smaller share of working age adults in the labor force, which is generally a bad sign for the health of the county. Oswego County is in the top 3 least diverse counties in New York State. Many may not think this is a bad thing, but an influx of diversity would do a long way to bring new ideas and new work ethic to the county. We have a child poverty rate north of 20% in Oswego County. This is significantly higher than the average statewide, in my opinion, is a leading indicator of systemic failure. As far as the sheriff goes, I just cannot get behind handing this man any more money. I spent part of my life living out in Saratoga County. Currently, his salary is in line with the sheriff of that county, who has twice as many residents, and I would... and we have the state parks that are out there. We have the concert halls. There's a lot more going on out in Saratoga County than there is going on in Oswego County. I think right now his pay is enough for, he's getting paid enough for his job. Some years back, he was caught blatantly violating the Hatch Act by flying a American flag with Trump's face on it while on a taxpayer-funded vessel. Shame on him. And he is currently under investigation by New York State Attorney General for violating the civil rights of brown people in our county and working closely with DHS. He's given the green light to his deputies to pull over brown people for minor infractions so they can hand them over to ICE for deportation. These actions were a direct cause of the raid on Cato. Dignity is a human right. God, whose own son was a brown Palestinian immigrant, does not look kindly on those who violate basic human rights. But hey, why not give the man more money? I've told you guys before, I'm a civil servant. If I violated the Hatch Act or did anything like that, I gotta tell you, I'd be out of a job by now. I do a lot of speaking in the community. I talk to as many constituents here. I love this place. I gotta tell you, I love the people that are here. I love that I'm gonna get an opportunity to raise my family and that my children are gonna get to be around your children too. Show some leadership. Do not vote for these raises. Do not give our sheriff more money right now. I know it's gonna be hard. I know that everybody's struggling. I'm gonna tighten my belt. Please tighten your belt too. Everybody, Merry Christmas if I don't get to talk to you later. Take care.
Thank you. Oh, wait, yes. Legislator Shaw.
We have a 5-minute recess.
Yes, that would be probably appropriate. Let's take a 5-minute recess.
10 minutes, let's call it 10 minutes.
10 minutes or 5 minutes?
5
We'll go for 10 All right, thank you. A little bit of housekeeping, we need a motion to come back in.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to come
Second. Motion seconds, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
I'll roll it here.
What'd she say? Back in session, yes, sir, Mr. Legislator Castillo. He's going to be Mr. Castillo.
I'm missing my minority whip. Can't start yet.
Did you go home?
Well,
So you go far, missing Legislator Carrasco.
Back in session. We got a vote.
Here comes Carrasco.
Well, we're still,
Yes, we're still on public speakers, so would Chris Squattieri come forward? No? Okay, hands up. Would Legislator Shaw? Chris Weisenberger?
No.
No? No? Would Karen Oakes come forward?
She's gone.
Okay, moving to Mary Lowe.
She's gone.
Please don't. Okay, last then, Patty Famolo, please come forward. Thank you. You have 5 minutes. Although I would caution you, you're speaking about a resolution that does not exist.
My understanding is that it's going to try to exist
Well, it
in the
doesn't
form
exist.
of a walk-on.
That could be, but it doesn't exist yet.
So does that mean I can't speak to it because you're going to deny it
No.
from going forward?
I'll let you go. but-
Okay, okay, I will predict that the resolution I'd like to speak on, PS 5, Public Safety 5, a no collusion policy between the sheriff and the sheriff's office, that it will be introduced and denied and not allowed to go forward. I can already predict this. However, I would strongly encourage this body to adopt a no collusion policy to prevent taxpayer money from assisting ICE and Border Patrol, Homeland Security in terrorizing people in our community and across this nation, where you are seeing families broken up put in detention, children, families. Immigrant crime is almost non-existent. And of the people that were swept up in Cato, there was no violent criminal there, as was tried to be justified the reason for going in there. So we saw a woman from Oswego County tried in federal court in the Northern District here in Syracuse. They tried her 2 times in an attempt to convict her of felony re-entry to the country. So if you walk across the border once, that's like a civil violation. If you walk across the border twice, then that can be a felony. 2 juries would not convict this woman. And finally, the feds made a deal that she could plead to a misdemeanor, but she was still deported and is now separated from her children in Fulton. And this happened in our community. 12 children whose parents were at the Cato facility came home to 1 or 2 parents being gone. And this was money that taxpayers spent on deporting people that had committed no violent crime. So, again, I would ask you at this time of, well wishes and brotherly love and sisterly love and goodwill towards people, to have some goodwill towards people. Feliz Navidad.
Thank you. Then moving to reports of county officials. I know Legislator Chesborough has an update.
Yes, I have a couple of different things I'd like to speak of, Mr. Chairman. One of them is I need to announce to make sure everybody's aware that signing up for Agriculture District, the only time frame that anyone can sign up for one is January 1 to January 31st. If they're interested in having their land go into an agricultural district, they need to contact Cornell Cooperative Extension and they will set you up. And then it goes in front of the board to approve that actually you are going to be doing some type of farming. This is not an exemption from taxes. This is strictly the right to farm. And the second thing I would like to report on is, as always with the tourism, 'tis the season, and we are full this month as always. We have Christmas pageants, we have pageants for dogs and cats, Elvis, Rolling Stones, Beatles, Masquerade, and Santa will be coming right with the Coast Guard. So it's going to be an interesting month all across the county. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. And I know Legislator Scanlon has some events.
There are some events that are going to be going on. One is for the Office of the Aging tomorrow, 12, from 1 to 3. They're going to have light refreshments, tour of their new space, and a little holiday cheer. No RSVP is needed for that, so any seniors that would like to go are more than welcome, or anyone can have it. Out in Hannibal, there is a Hannibal Family Events, and they're having a family Christmas party. They're going to have dinner, games, balloons, balloon animals, face painting, and holiday treats. That's tomorrow night, 6 to 8, and that's again the 12th, of course, of December. And that's put on by the Hannibal Fire Department. I urge anyone with kids to get out to that. That'd probably be a lot of fun for them. And the last one that I have is the Oswego County Youth Bureau, along with the City of Fulton and the Fulton Special Events Committee, invite you to a free family Christmas party December 19th from 5 to 7 at the City of Fulton Community Room, 141 South First Street in Fulton. Santa will be there, food, crafts, music, balloon animals, and hot cocoa bars. That's it.
Gotta love the hot cocoa.
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Legislator
Little
Reed.
marshmallows.
Mr. Chairman, I just wanted to remind folks, if you know anybody over the holidays who can't get to a doctor's appointment or is having difficulty with transportation, that we have our new Ride Oswego app, which you can find on Google Play or on Apple Play. And you can hook up a ride. It's kind of like Uber. You can see where the vehicle is when it's on the way to you, but it's really changing things for transportation for folks who are having a hard time getting around in the county. Thanks.
Yes, and I would add that our transportation director, Snow, who was here, and she might still be doing one incredible, there she is in the back doing an incredible job. to defer to Administrator Church. He has some, what we feel to be good news.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As most of you know, the New York Power Authority issued a request for information from communities that were interested in hosting a new advanced nuclear power plant. That proposal was due today. You may see me running in and out of the meeting here. We were finalizing that. I'm pleased to let you know that our proposal was submitted at about an hour ago and received. So we are now in the game officially. Thank you.
Good.
Thank you. That is- At this time, I would ask Sheriff Hilton to come forward.
Good evening. I know this has turned into a long meeting. We've had a lot of subjects come up here tonight. I tried to address all of them. We'll be here till midnight. But the one issue I did, and that being said, I have constantly had this open door policy where I ask any member of the public, any legislator, if they want to discuss one of these issues, come in and I'll get you the facts instead of biased news reports. That being said, I did want to speak tonight about the immigration issue, or as some people refer to it as the collusion issue. I want to lay some of the facts out on that. In the period we're referring to in this investigation, our agency has conducted just under 7,000 vehicle and traffic stops. Out of those 7,000 stops, or just under 7,000 stops, were 14. That's 14 stops that included any involvement from Border Patrol. Of those 14, 7 were a result of a motor vehicle accident or a deputy observing a traffic violation. And upon the cars being stopped, the occupants did not speak English, so a Border Patrol agent, or actually what they requested, was a Spanish-speaking officer respond. Out of 5 of those 7, the occupants of the vehicle were issued tickets and sent on their way. On 2 occasions, they were found to be felons, and they were taken into custody. The other 7 stops were related to a federal investigation. And as Legislator Greco said, it's ongoing, but what I can tell you, because it's been released, is that was part of a criminal investigation that if anybody in this room, citizen or non-citizen, had committed these acts, you would have been investigated, or you would be investigated for. We were targeting cars. Ms. Van Loo, you are correct. We targeted stops, which is allowed by law, because they were suspected of crimes, mainly being in possession of forged New York State driver's licenses and Social Security cards. Those stops resulted in recovery of evidence, which led to the federal search warrant out in Cato, because they were using those documents to illegally employ illegal aliens in this county. That was the focus of that investigation. So what I would point out is we have 14 stops with Border Patrol out of 7,000 interactions in this county. They weren't targeted because of their race. They were targeted because they were criminals in possession of forged documents. The other issues that were brought up tonight, and again, I can only speak so many of them, but one thing I want to say to this legislature is thank you for your salary study that you agreed to do. In the course of doing that salary study, all county employees got raises. And as a result of that, I will tell you that 26 members of my agency will earn more money, rank and file, union members, will earn more money than me this year. You talk about me and Toby Shelley, that's incorrect information. Trust me, they just got a huge rate or a huge contract down there. He'll be making a lot more than me. I can tell you right now that here in this county, my counterpart in the city police earns $190,000, about $60,000 more than I earn. And I supervise 3 times the amount of people that he oversees. I'd also like to point out that myself and the undersheriff don't avail ourselves of the insurance benefits in this county. And that saves the county about $70,000 a year of our salaries that we don't take that insurance.
Sheriff, $60,458 to be exact.
Thank you. Well, there's so many issues. I heard this, the lawsuits for the county, against the county jail and Wellpath. You people have no idea when we came into power or into office, how much or how little was being done in the jail as far as medical assistance or medical treatment goes for the inmates. It was absolutely ridiculous, and everybody knows that. We struggled as 40-year law enforcement officers. We're interviewing doctors and nurses. It was absolutely out of control. So bringing Wellpath in has saved us. And I've heard members of this legislature and members of the public talk about how, I hate to, but we had an inmate that came into our custody. The day he came into our custody, the doctor advised us that he was at end of life cycle, that he was terminal, was not going to serve his sentence. 30 days later, he was transported to the hospital, as the doctor said. Well, prior to that, the undersheriff immediately attempted to get a compassionate release through the court system, and it was denied. 30 days later, he was transported to the hospital. 9 days later, he passed away. Of course, there was a lawsuit filed, because why not? Why wouldn't you try to get money from the county? Which is exactly what they did. I've heard it said here publicly that $700,000 of taxpayer money was used to settle that lawsuit. That's absolutely incorrect. What occurred was the doctors and the county insurance companies decided it was cheaper to settle that than face litigation. So they paid, the insurance companies paid, not taxpayer dollars. And again, all this, any member of the public, any legislator wants to sit down and talk to me, I'm available at any time to discuss these items. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Legislator Castillo.
I just a little taken back here because I came out of a public safety meeting and I was told I couldn't get the information that he just provided us with because it was an ongoing investigation. And I was offered a free education class from an adjunct professor, which I went to a real college that I worked on full professors, but why was it available now?
Real college, huh? Real college?
I got my degree.
All right, moving on. Thank you for your input. Moving on to resolutions and motions. Resolution GC1 by Legislator Holtz.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution, urge adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution fixing the time and place for the 2026 organizational meeting.
To be on Tuesday, January 6th, 2026, at 2 p.m. in East Bay.
Thank you. Pretty standard. Legislator Castillo.
I'd like to make a motion to amend this, to move it to a 7 o'clock meeting. Looking for a second on that.
Do you have a second? Legislator Schott seconds. Any discussion? All those in favor?
I have my hand up for discussion.
All right, I'll allow this, Frank, but you gotta be quicker.
Quicker, I had it up as soon as she made a second.
Continue.
I can't be any quicker than that. I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, this is supposed to be government by the people and for the people. And by making this a 2 o'clock meeting, it's not for the people, it's for the legislature, because they want to have it at 2 o'clock.
We appear to be pretty well attended at a 2 o'clock meeting.
Well, I know you do, okay?
All right, Legislator Rehal.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to remind everybody that there are no resolutions at the January meeting. It's only to appoint members that need to be appointed. And our judges.
That is a fair statement.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Michael Yurden.
No.
Herbert Yurden. Edward Gilson.
No.
David Holmes.
No.
Roy Rehill.
No.
John Martino.
Nope.
Frank Lombardo.
No.
Paul House.
Nope.
James Weatherup.
No.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
No.
Linda Lockwood. Richard Klein.
No.
Patrick Twist.
No.
Stephen Walpole's been marked to excuse. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Scanlon.
No.
Charles Berger.
No.
Robert Wilmot.
No.
Marie Shaw.
Yes.
Paul Conley.
No.
Noel Samuelson.
No.
James Karasik.
Yes.
Michael Soloway.
No.
Mark Greco.
No.
Frank Castelia.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's 3 in favor, 21 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Failed. Back to the original resolution then. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution GC2 by legislator Holtz.
GC3.
GC3, 7 o'clock.
I don't know.
All right. My bad. GC3, sir.
I offer this resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budget modification assigned council.
Okay, this is where the county received $108,000. And this is because of New York State increased the hourly rate of 18 -D attorneys to $158 per hour. That's why it's in here.
Thank you. My mother said I should have been an attorney. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution GC4 by legislator Holtz.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution continuing and renewing the form and amount of blanket surety covering all officers and employees of the County of Oswego Insurance Department.
This is where the legislature continues, renews, and approves the blanket surety bond in the amount of $500,000 for the New York surety fund.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution GC5 by legislator Holtz.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution ratifying opting out of a class settlement regarding the 3 generic pharmaceuticals antitrust pricing litigation, MDL 2724, Sun Pharmaceutical Industries, Inc., and Taro Pharmaceuticals USA, Inc., class settlement.
This is where our attorney, Foley, has reviewed this proposed class settlement and recommended the county of Oswego that opts out. She was saying it proceeds with its claim against Sun Pharmaceutical Industries and Taro Pharmaceuticals USA Incorporated.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution PS1 by legislator Greco.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and recommend its approval.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, Sheriff's Office, transfer from Insurance Recovery, Treasurer's Office, to Automotive Supplies and Repair Road Division.
It's a total of $47,000. We did one year and another vehicle. Hopefully hunting season will help us avoid the year.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution PS2 by legislator Greco.
I offer this resolution and recommend its approval.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing capital project number 1525- County Fire Emergency Services Storage Building.
Yeah, we're in need of a storage building out to the fire safety center to store equipment. The plans are going to cost $170,000. This is just for the plans.
Right. It's supposed to start the project, so it's a project. We're looking at, I know Shane Long is here, but we'll look at a couple options out there. So, all those, any other legislative comments?
Mr. Chairman, I had discussed this earlier with you. I feel this is a lot of money spent when you combine beautiful, pre-engineered stamped buildings at half the proposed cost and virtually eliminate the engineering fee. I just feel it's,
Right, we haven't awarded that contract yet, we did have discussions about that, and Shane Laws and I are discussing what the next steps would be. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution PS3 by legislator Greco.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and recommend its approval.
Would the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution awarding professional services contract RFP 25-Fire 003 A&E Services, Emergency Services, Storage Building.
All right, so this was submitted for bid. VIP Architecture and Engineering is the best price for the $170,000 for the architectural.
Thank you. Any discussion? Legislator Castillo.
This was quite a discussion in public safety. And I'm looking at $175,000 to find out if we should build a $3 million pole barn, because I asked what the total price is going to be for the pole barn for storage. And I just don't see us building a pole barn for $3 million for storage, and it's not only going to be used. And I understand at public safety there were other departments that are going to use this storage. One of them being the EMO. And the EMO budget at one point in time was all paid for by outside sources. But we're going to wind up building a $3 million pole barn. We have, right now, a $1 million super hangar at the airport that's 120 by 100 feet, 120 by 100, and it could store this equipment in there because they only have 3 planes in there. And I think we should start looking inside what we got instead of just spending money. We're looking right now at a budget. We're looking at everybody criticizing and questioning our raises, everybody questioning spending money. And we're looking at the budget that we're going to be voting on later. And here we are, we're going to okay to spend $175,000 that will eventually, next year, go to a $3 million project. And I'm sorry, I can't be in favor of this. Right now, I make a motion to table this until after the budget next year and talk about it then. Looking for a second.
We have a second. A motion made and seconded to amend it to table. Any discussion?
Roll call vote,
No
sir.
discussion. Roll call vote, please.
Michael Yurden.
We're voting on what exactly?
Well, we're voting on whether to go ahead with at least the design phase of the project.
No.
Motion to table.
It's a motion, excuse me, yes, a motion to table, whether we table the idea.
Okay, no.
So yours is a no, sir.
Herbert Yurden.
no.
Edward Gilson.
No.
David Holz.
No.
Roy Rehel.
No.
John Martino.
No.
Frank Lombardo.
No.
Paul House.
Oh.
James Weatherup.
No.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
No.
Linda Lockwood. Richard Klein. Patrick Twist.
No.
Stephen Walpole and Margaret Spears. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Scanlon.
No.
Charles Berger.
Yes.
Robert Wilmot.
No.
Marie Schad.
Yes.
Paul Conley.
No.
Noel Samuelson. James Karasik.
No.
Michael Soloway.
No.
Mark Greco.
No.
Frank Castelia.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is 3 in favor, 21 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Back then to the original resolution. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution PS4 by legislator Greco.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and recommend its approval.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing creation of capital project number 1625 for the E911 center upgrades.
All right, so this is a $1.5 million grant to improve next generation 911, along with an $800 allocation for phone upgrades that was already approved in the budget. That's what we got.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
And thank you, Legislator Greco, for the time you spent on that. You've done an incredible job as chairman. Thank you. Moving to HS1, resolution by Legislator Scanlon.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and I urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution approving Parks and Recreation fee schedule.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is a fee schedule that we're looking to set for Parks and Recreation, for Camp Hollis and Camp Derby. This isn't for the use of those facilities by our youth, it's more for private parties and get-togethers like that.
Thank you. Any discussion? Legislator proceed.
I did talk earlier, and it is for use by the youth. The price is going to go up or down as well. And as always, you know, as far as I'm concerned, if it's a county facility, that the county taxpayer children should not be charged a fee. You can ask Brian if he wants to explain that, but I asked him beforehand, sir. And so right now, I'm making a motion to amend this resolution to stipulate that Oswego County youth will not be charged a fee to use Camp Hollis or Camp Derby. That is a county facility paid for with taxpayer dollars, and those youth should be able to use it without a charge.
Legislator Scanlon.
Mr. Chairman, before we speak to that, I'd certainly like to hear what Brian has to say, in that, you know, he has more information than is what is on this sheet.
Thank you. Is Brian Chetney here?
All right,
Oh, there you are.
so the fee scale that was adjusted for the rental, the youth group was not touched at all. So that would be for non-youth groups to rent the facility, we have an increase. For the camp portion of it, we increased it $5. We do have Friends Camp House, so we'll pay for that, we're not turning any child away. But as we've all heard talking up there, with increases that are happening with our energy costs and minimum wage, things to that matter, this is just a reasonable way to offset some of those costs. I have not brought any proposal forward in 2 years for these properties, and if you look at minimum wage alone, that goes up 50 cents a year. So you're talking $1 within 2 years by about 35 seasonal. So this is going to offset the cost, so we're not passing it on.
Would it be fair to say that then these charges more closely relate to the users of that particular asset rather than the whole county as a whole?
100%.
All right, thank you. Legislator Castillo.
So what you basically said is, yes, you're raising, you know, it's going to be a fee for Oswego County children, residents, to use a county facility. And we're talking about offsetting costs and just the people that are using it, that it's going to cost them more money. Yet you got an airport that everybody's got to pay for, and you're not charging those people more. So I still am asking for a second on my amendment to stipulate in this agreement, not for the adults and not for the non-residents. I'm talking about for the children only, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not talking about the adults using of it, non-county residents using it. I'm talking about the children of the Oswego County residents, taxpayers. I'm looking to have them stipulated that they will not be charged a fee to use these two facilities. Thank you very much. Looking for a second.
Thank you. Do we have a second? We have a second. Legislator Twist.
So these are parks. Do we have somebody waiting outside, making them pay for a ticket to come in?
Not to my knowledge.
Correct, right? So if a child wants to go to the park, he can go to the park, correct? He or she. So there's no fee for that. If they want to throw a party in one of our areas, which we have to clean up, there's a nominal fee. That's just how it is. We have to be able to cover those costs. So we're not making it so children can't go to the park. But if they want to throw a party there, they have to pay. That seems understandable.
I would note that I attended your wedding at the park and you had to pay.
That is correct. I did pay. Yep.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor of the amendment?
Roll call vote on
Yes.
this.
Oh, you want a roll call?
Yes, yes, I did.
Did you
Okay,
get a
roll call
second?
vote.
Did-
Yes,
was there a second?
I got a second right over there.
Yeah, we got,
Okay.
wait a second, roll call vote, please.
Michael Yurden.
No.
Herbert Yurden.
No.
Edward Gilson.
No.
David Holmes.
No.
Roy Rehill.
No.
John Martino.
No.
Frank Lombardo.
No.
Paul House.
No.
James Weatherup.
No.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
No.
Linda Lockwood.
No.
Richard Klein. Patrick Bliss.
No.
Stephen Walpole's been marked excused. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Scanlon.
No.
Charles Berger.
No.
Robert Wilmot.
No.
Marie Schad.
Yes.
Paul Conley.
No.
Noel Samuelson.
No.
James Karasik.
No.
Michael Soloway.
No.
Mark Greco.
No.
Frank Castelia.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that's 2 in favor, 22 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you, back to the original then. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that is 22 in favor, 2 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Moving to Resolution HS2 by Legislator Scanlon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and I urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budget modification, Youth Bureau, Parks and Recreation Department to transfer funds from Insurance Recovery Fund into Camp Hollis auto supplies and expenses.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, last year during our heavy snowfall, we had a loss at the camp, and we had to replace the mini split condenser at Camp Hollis, and we're also looking at making sure it's covered for future snowstorms, so it's not going to get damaged. But this is coming out of our, being transferred from our insurance fund to cover that.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Thank you. Resolution HS4 by Legislator Scanlon.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and I urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution awarding professional services contract, Senior Nutrition Services Office for the Aging.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is the contract to offer 2 meals a day for seniors. And we also went out, re-wrote the bid for this, and it did come down quite a bit, so it really helped us in this year's bid.
Thank you. Any discussion? Legislator Hill.
Just one quick question, if they need to make a required amendment. In the bid specifications, there was a requirement of the vendor be willing to provide a special diet as needed, and then in our evaluation sheets, the selected vendor does say that no meals that meet special dietary needs. So I would recommend, because I obviously don't want to derail this program, that an amendment is made that the award be contingent upon the vendor providing special dietary meals that are required. These include diabetic and low-calorie meals. So I think that's very important, and I think that it should be included. But I, again, don't want to see this program stop or anything like that.
Right. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion on what Legislator Hill has brought up?
Mr. Chairman, I would certainly like to see if we can offer Sarah an opportunity to speak to that. Is that something, Sarah?
We put it in the initial request for proposals to see what the cost would be. We have had seniors ask for it on occasion, and we haven't been able to provide it to them. We do not have a diabetic meal. We have a diabetic-friendly meal currently. It's always something that we look to be able to provide. I don't think the contract would be contingent upon it. We have looked some of the other vendors that offer proposals do have that easily readable without having to modify their kitchen setup. So either way, I think that they met all the requirements of what we currently need moving forward. It would be great to have that information, and if they could add that in as a possibility in the future.
So would I be correct then in saying that if we went with that as stated, but that we would do the due diligence to make sure our meals are served to fit the need? Is that fair?
Yes.
Okay. Legislator Shaw.
Sarah, if you could ask them if they would provide only carbs are in the meal, which would, I don't think, be too difficult. That would solve the diabetic issue.
We do get, they do have the daily nutritional value of each meal that they provide. We get that upon request because it's a lot of pages of data, which has more than just carbs, it has all the daily.
But if they knew the carbs, you could cover the meal. Just saying.
I would think that'd be a relatively easy thing, but.
Well, Mr. Chairman, there's one other thing, that if
Yes,
people
sir.
are gluten-free, if they've got, they have to update kitchens in order to do gluten-free food. So, I don't know if that's part of it or not, one of the reasons for answering that way, I don't know.
They call it gluten-friendly, that gets around the separate kitchen.
There's no such thing as gluten-friendly.
Yes, there is.
I have a daughter who's gluten-free.
So am I, Jay.
Yeah, well, I haven't seen it.
I do know that the contractor, they are going to be able to provide medical meals through the Medicaid waiver. So I know that they will be gearing up for that. We just don't, we could request pricing for that for future if we need it.
So is it fair to say that you're comfortable either way?
Yes.
Okay. Just so we know, we do have a resolution and a motion to amend. Legislator Hunt.
I just want to say that, this was a requirement in the proposal, so, it does say the vendor must be willing to provide the special dietary needs, so, in looking at the evaluation, this vendor was awarded 100 points by one of the evaluators, so the fact that they explicitly are saying they don't meet the requirements, I think we need to do the amendment just to hold them accountable to make sure that there's no loopholes to get out of meeting the requirements of the proposal. If it does require, some investigation, I think we should at least have this documented so that we don't lose sight of it or fall back on this.
Yes, thank you. Legislator Greco.
Yeah, I agree with Legislator Hill. I think we need to make sure we got a document, we hold an account.
All right, understood.
Proposal.
Legislator Gilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There seems to be a lot of variables here, unknowns, the need, cost, what it's going to do to these proposals, these contracts. We have a tentative budget we proposed. We're not going to know those answers before we vote on the budget. So I would suggest, I'll be against this amendment. I would suggest that if we fund this, it's going to have to come out of some unallocated account down the road anyways, if we pass the budget tonight. So I say we get the answers to those questions before we fund this with any unallocated monies. I'll be voting against this, Mr. Chairman.
Legislator Twist.
Just kind of a point of order. If we don't pass this, we don't have it starting January 1, correct? So we need to pass this.
Not the amendment.
No, I'm talking about the resolution as a whole. We need to make sure that we pass this resolution, otherwise we are not supplying individuals that need this food. So we have to pass this resolution.
Right, the county attorney does have perhaps some input on this one.
To the extent that the RFP required certain meals be provided, purchasing can reach out, we can have that added contractually despite what the response is, and if not, we can revisit it. I think the concern is, as stated, that there be continuity of meals to seniors effective 1/1/26.
So we can pass this as is, and come back with an amendment or work it into the contract.
Right. Legislator Erdman.
I would also say that I think Sarah is pretty on top of this. I think she's followed this through before, and I kind of rely on her to be sure that with this area is covered correctly. So I don't think we need a resolution to change this.
Right, we do Legislator Greco.
I just want to add that this is like a $2.5 million contract for feeding seniors. I don't think it's going to bankrupt the company to provide a couple of diabetic meals. I don't think it's going to bust our budget in any way.
Sarah.
$2.5 million.
Can we maybe have terminology in the actual contract that says if a need arises to provide diabetic, gluten-free, to have that in the actual contract?
That could be added to the contract, that low sodium, whatever.
Yes.
There's some limit on the special meals, I presume, but there are certain meals that routinely requested their special diet, and we can approach that with purchasing in the contract. Okay?
Administrator Church, please.
I just want to make a clarification. I think what the county attorney is saying is that this can be passed as is. and then work this into that language into the contract, correct?
Correct.
Right.
Okay.
So, Legislator Reed.
So,
It's not needed.
I would, based on what the county attorney said, is I would ask Legislator Hill to withdraw his amendment.
I'm willing to do that if it is certain that we can include that in the contract. Absolutely. That's fine with me. I'll withdraw the amendment.
So just for clarity, Legislator Hill has offered to withdraw. Will you withdraw the second also?
I will withdraw the second.
All right, thank you. So now back to the original resolution then. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 24 in favor, 0 opposed, and 1 excused.
Right,
Mr. Chairman?
and also-
Mr. Chairman?
Legislator Martino.
Thank you, sir. I would ask that Legislator Berger and Legislator Conley could be released at the moment. They have something they have to attend
Yep.
to be back here for the seventh.
Yes, thank you. And, yes, certainly, I know where you guys are going, so absolutely, you can be excused. I would take this minute to offer to Legislator Scanlon that you really stepped up in that role as chairman of that committee, and I thank you for your time and efforts there. Legislator Reed.
And I thank Legislator Hill for offering the amendment because I think it was important to talk about.
Yes, it was. Very good. Legislator Matee.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I know that we're done with Legislator Scanlon. I would like to make a motion now to move EP 1 through EP 10 as a block, HE 1 through HE 4 through a block, IT 1 through IT 5 as a block. Looking for a second on that, and I'm looking for a roll call vote on that.
Well, thank you, but we need to confer with our caucus on that. So do we need a small recess, Legislator Martino?
No, sir.
Okay, we'll be ready to roll. All right, so do you have a second? Multiple seconds. Any discussion?
Roll call vote, sir.
Roll call vote, please.
Can I have discussion?
Oh,
Yes, I would like to discuss that this, when we tried to block it before, I have an issue that I believe the public needs to know, the work that goes beyond this and the reasoning for these. I think in the time for transparency, this is it. This is when the public really knows why and what we're doing.
that's a fair statement. Any other discussion? Okay, roll call vote on whether we move this number that Legislator Castillo has moved forward as a block.
Michael Yurden.
No.
Herbert Yurden.
Oh.
Ed Gilson.
No.
David Holmes.
No.
Roy Behouse.
No.
John Martino.
Nope.
Frank Lombardo.
No.
Paul House.
No.
James Weatherup.
No.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
No.
Linda Lockwood. No. Richard Klein.
No.
Patrick Twist.
No.
Stephen Walpole's been marked excused. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Scanlon.
No.
Charles Berger has been marked excused. Robert Wilmot.
No.
Marie Shaw.
No.
Paul Conley's been marked excused. Noel Samuelson.
No.
James Karasek.
Yes, I second.
Michael Soloway.
No.
Mark Greco.
No.
Frank Castilia.
Yes, you guys will stay here all night, I don't care.
It's the night meeting you wanted. right?
Well, I'm asking a lot of questions now, yeah.
All right, thank you. Moving on to resolution EP1 by Legislator Chesbro.
Yeah, I'll let you know.
We gotta go there, bro. Okay, Frank, I will try to go through these as quickly as possible to save your time.
I got a lot of questions.
Yes, okay.
Thank you. Resolution EP1 by Legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and I urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, Department of Community Development, Tourism and Planning, snowmobile trail grants.
Yes, this is something that we have done since 1987. It is the registration money from snowmobilers throughout the state, and we are granted based on the number of miles that our snowmobiles travel, and we are the fourth largest of the trails for snowmobiling in the state. This year we are dispersing $347,379.
Thank you, and I would add that as a snowmobiler and a past president of the Square Valley Trailblazers, this is incredibly important, and it's user-based. No direct tax money goes to this, it's based on registrations of the sport itself. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP2 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution establishing an architect and engineer of record for the Southern Oswego County Regional Infrastructure Sewer Project, SOCRIS.
Yes, we had to put out a resolution, a request for quote, and 2 people responded, and the judges went through this, and the best one would have been Martin LaJudas, because they have been the engineer and architect of this right from the get-go, and they also represent the 5 municipalities that are part of the SOCRIS, and in doing that, there'll be a uniform message that will get out to the community about funding, about use, and what's going on.
Thank you. Any discussion? Legislator Greco.
I just want to say how excited I am about this moving forward.
Yes.
Well, it's quite a
It's a
project.
big accomplishment.
It's going to be huge if we,
Here, here.
It's not an if, it's a when. We're going to make this.
When it is, yeah.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP3 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution awarding professional services contract RFP 25 CDTP 004, manufactured housing community inventory inspector.
Yes, we have applied for a $50,000 grant, but part of that grant is that we must hire a consultant in order to give to a study, and the results of that study will be able to fund updates, community spaces, and regions. The contract was awarded to G&G Municipal Grant Writing.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP4 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, Department of Workforce Development for closeout of Summer Youth Employment Program 2025.
Yes, I'm very pleased to announce that through our outreach to the community, the interest in the Summer Youth Employment Program was bigger than we expected. And therefore, we need to transfer $18,500 to pay for the increased cost. It's all within the workforce budget.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP5 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, Department of Workforce Development for continued operations.
Yes, this is a request to transfer $100,000 within the workforce development. This is to cover scholarships for the LPN program that we're going through, as well as the cost of staffing.
Thank you. And I would add that our director of that is in the back room, and she's also doing an incredible job with us. Any other discussion? Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP6 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, Department of Workforce Development, acceptance of funds for Oswego Build.
Yes, what it was is that our Workforce Development Department has been working with Center State, and they were able to get a $15,000 grant money from Constellation. And so they are giving that to us, and it is for our Oswego Build Pathways to Apprenticeship program. And this highlights the trades. And it's very important to know that the workers from this, once they've gone through this, they will be able to get family-sustaining wages out of this. That's why it's so important.
Yes, thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to resolution EP7 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing approval of local workforce development board realignment in accordance with New York State priorities.
Yes, New York State decided that it is more efficient and less duplication of services to combine the actual local workforce boards. So Oswego County is going to be combining with Cayuga. Oswego County is still the main one going, and Cayuga will be underneath us.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP8 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Would the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, accepting funds from New York State DOT 2025 DOH.
Yes, this is an annual amount of money that has been coming in for the last 10 to 12 years. However, it is not guaranteed. Therefore, it cannot be in the budget. So we have to have it this way. We have to have a resolution. This year it's for $851,539, and they're very useful to the county because it can be used for anything that has to do with transportation.
Thank you. I thought somebody said something.
Answered all my questions.
Oh, okay. I tried, Frank, I tried.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP9 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, Department of Workforce Development for continued operation support services.
Yes, once again, due to an increase in the workforce development services, they need to transfer $40,000 to close out all their claims for the year. They were budgeted for, so no more county funds. It's all within their budget.
Thank you. Any discussion?
I would just like, legislator Chesbro, I'm in favor of this, and I'd just like to explain how important this is to us, in Oswego County.
Workforce development?
Yes, with this money and this funding, yes.
Okay.
Okay, I know it's no local share,
No.
but, it's very important that we know we get people out and getting to work.
This is exactly what they're doing between all of the training, the mentoring, the apprenticeship, the scholarships, that we have gone right across the board to anybody in the county can go in there, no matter what their age, to be able to go in and to get some kind of assistance, some kind of leadership to get into these programs. It's very important, especially with the reduction in Medicaid and SNAP, because they have no requirements of 20 hours a week working, going to school, or volunteering. This is where they go and they can get this taken care of. Very important department.
Thank you, that's what I wanted, thank you.
Legislator Gilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'd just like to add that since we separated the workforce development from Department of Social Services, the stigma attached to that, I think, has certainly, along with Rachel's management, brought great strides to that department.
Well, that is true. Rachel's done an incredible job. Rachel Pierce. Legislator Rita. You have?
I'm good.
No, you're good. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP10 by legislator Chesbro.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Would the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution fixing time and place for a public hearing relative to a County of Oswego's intent to apply for an Environmental Protection Agency brownfields cleanup grant for the cleanup of the Cannery Ponds site in the village of Cleveland.
Yes, as it said, we're trying to get a time and place for a public hearing. What this is about is a piece of land that is contaminated. It has gone through the auction several times, but when people get it, they're like, there's no way I can afford to have this cleaned up. So by us going through the brownfield cleanup grant, we'll be able to clean it up and then return it back to the community.
Thank you. Any discussion? Long time coming, legislator.
Very
Yeah,
good.
well, if I could say.
I figured Roy would get up with this, it's very important.
It's been through the auction 4 times, because when people buy it, in fact, somebody bought it for $100 one time. When they realized that there were old gas tanks underneath it, they couldn't. They realized they shouldn't do anything with it and just stop paying taxes. So this is a great opportunity to, and hopefully it's right next to a beautiful little pond in Cleveland. Hopefully we can turn it into a park. This is not taxpayer funded. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to HE1 by legislator Howe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budget modification for preschool services.
Yeah, this is, we need this money to finish out the end of the year. It's $777,300.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution HE2 by legislator Howe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budget modification to preschool transportation.
Yeah, more money, $600,000 to get service costs for the end of the year, moving money.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution HE3 by legislator Howe.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing transfer of insurance recovery funds to capital project number 134.
Unlike the other two, instead of moving money, we're receiving money for the amount of $949.4530.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution HE4 by legislator Howe.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I urge this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing the Oswego County Health Department to enter into a contract with Onondaga County for tuberculosis control services.
Yeah, this is a contract that we have with Onondaga County for the tuberculosis contract services.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to infrastructure and technology, resolution IT1 by legislator Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budget modification, Oswego County Airport insurance recovery.
Just accepting some money.
Insurance recovery, right? Yep. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution IT2 by legislator Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I offer the following resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing expenditure from capital reserve number 21, buildings renovations to capital project number C0625, Oswego County Courthouse renovation.
Yeah, we gotta finish, we got some beautiful buildings, we gotta make sure they're upkept, so $160,000.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to resolution IT3 by legislator Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I offer the following resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution awarding professional services contract RFP 25BG003 A&E services for the exterior restoration and repair of the Oswego County Courthouse.
Yeah, we just moved the money, and this is the contract.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution IT4 by legislator Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I offer the following resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing budgetary modification, insurance recovery fund to Department of Solid Waste unappropriated fund balance.
As stated, just moving money from one account to another, we accept the funds.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to resolution IT5 by legislator Twist.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I offer the following resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing the execution of a snow and ice control agreement with the State of New York Department of Environmental Conservation angler access areas.
So we already have trucks in that area that are going to be passing by anyways, so we're agreeing in a contract to be able to clean out the angler access areas. Just makes sense.
Yes, I would add that that's a pretty big boost for tourism in that area. A lot of fishermen come up there. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution, moving to F&P Resolution FP1 by legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution.
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It's a
Mr. Chairman.
Almost screwed that up.
Mr. Chairman, as I stated earlier, the majority caucus is going to vote against this tax override because it's not necessary. We believe we've fallen under the tax cap.
Right, that historically, we've enacted that or voted to if we needed to, but we haven't needed it. I don't believe in that.
I would actually, I mean, I can give a brief synopsis of this and Phil, please feel free to jump in. Normally, if we have to do a tax override on the tax cap, it's because the nuclear plant, property tax payments, the pilots that we have in place are actually calculated as it would be, as if it was a regular tax payment from any citizen throughout the county. Having said that, with the sizable payments that they made, it puts us in a position where the tax cap doesn't compute properly with what we have within the county. So that's, and did I do that somewhat? I mean, I try to, it's, go ahead, Phil.
Give us the Reader's Digest version?
Yes. Legislator Martino is correct. First of all, we put this on the agenda every year just in case, and this year it looks like we might have to. We've never had to violate the tax cap. I think we only adopted this once because we were in the middle of negotiations with the nuclear plant, and the difference in taxes are going to be so great because of their proportional payments. There's no way to be assured of what our levy was going to be at budget time. This year, because we entered into a nuclear tax agreement that was beneficial to us by $1.7 million, that $1.7 million counted against us in the tax cap formula, which would have allowed us to only raise our levy by $500,000 at less than 1%, which in the year the mandate's going up is impossible. We found a way to get below the tax cap since the tentative, so now it's no longer going to be necessary to adopt this waiver.
Thank you, and I would add in Administrator Church's role as the president of NISAC, he has addressed that issue with NISAC, and we're working to try to get that corrected to make it a little bit easier for us and any other community. So thank you for that there. Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
I got it! They passed it! I loved it!
It's been a long day.
Don't get so excited.
Don't get so excited, they didn't pass it.
So we know, for clarity, a nay is what legislator Martino is looking for. So again, all those in favor?
No.
You gotta say, we gotta wait for it. You gotta wait
All
for
those
it.
against?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chairman, that's 0 in favor, 22 opposed.
Thank you. Resolution FP2 by legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I know there's been a lot of discussion on this, both for and against. I still maintain that I would urge its adoption.
Thanks. Would the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution adopting County of Oswego Local Law Number 5 of 2025 entitled A Local Law Amending Local Law Number 3 of 2021, providing for the salaries of certain elected county officers of the County of Oswego.
Thank you, Chairman. I would note in light of the defeat of local law number 4, this would need to be amended to reflect local law number 4 of 2025. And further, the resolution needs to be amended to just say that local law number 5, year 2025, providing for the salaries of certain elected county officers of the County of Oswego be and is hereby adopted, because it does not amend the prior local law. It's a new local law.
So, and it on the numbers. We have a second, or a motion by legislator Rita.
Second. What are we voting on right now?
Mostly just the edit of the local law numbering sequence.
It would be a motion to amend.
Just the number.
It would be a motion to amend the law, local law and the resolution to reflect that this is local law number 4 of 2025 in light of the defeat of the tax levy limit local law that just occurred, and also to amend the references, to remove the references to local law 3 of 2021 in the heading and the first resolve. It's just local law number 4 of 2025 being hereby is adopted if this passes.
Okay.
All right, so we know what we're voting on.
We're voting on the amendment, right?
Yeah.
We're voting on the amendment.
We need to amend.
First amendment.
Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused on the amendment.
Thank you. Back to Resolution FP2 then, as amended. Legislator Castillo.
Mr. Chairman, there's been a lot of discussion, so I want to move to table this, send this back, placed on a referendum for the people to vote on at the next November election for the year 2027 and beyond. We're looking for a second to amend it, to table it, send it back to F&P.
Thank you. Do we have a second? We have a second.
Roll call vote, sir, please.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Michael Yurden.
No.
Herbert Yurden.
No.
Edward Gilson.
No.
David Holmes.
No.
Roy Vito.
No, sorry. I said it at the same time you said my name.
Okay. John Martino.
No.
Frank Lombardo.
No.
Paul House.
No.
James Weatherup.
No.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
No.
Linda Lockwood.
No.
Richard Klein. Patrick Twist.
No.
Stephen Walpole's been marked excused. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Quinlan.
No.
Chuck Burger's been marked excused. Robert Wilmot. Marie Shad.
Yes.
Paul Conley's been marked excused. Noel Samuelson.
No.
James Karasik.
No.
Michael Soloway.
No.
Mark Greco.
No.
Frank Castilian.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is 2 in favor and 20 opposed and 3 excused.
Thank you. Legislator Castillo.
Okay. So we're back to the original resolution.
With a new name.
Whatever name you want to give it, I don't care.
Added
Number
names.
4, that's all.
It's not a point of, does somebody deserve a raise? The job they've done, the job they haven't done. It's a point of, you should not be voting yourselves a raise. We even said the sheriff didn't ask for the raise. We want to give it to him. But we're not the whole public. We're only representing them. And if you put it to a referendum vote, I would almost guarantee that the raises would fail. If you remember correctly, when we tried to run a 4-year term in this legislature, and we put it to a referendum, which it should have passed 2-1 because Republicans outnumber the Democrats 2-1, and every Democrat in this legislature was against it. Was against, 4-year term. But it failed 2-1. So put it to the public. And you just said no to letting the public decide on whether or not we get raises, the sheriff gets raises, if the clerk gets raises, if the treasurer gets raises. It's not whether they're doing a good job or not. It's what the public should be able to vote on, not us as legislators. We're voting to give ourselves raises. We're voting to give other elected officials raises. It's not right in the United States of America that you should be able to vote yourself a raise. We have 3, right now, we have 3 unions that are in the contract negotiations that can't get a raise. But yet, we're going to vote to give ourselves a raise. That's not right, people. And you guys think it's okay, and you think, well, he doesn't know what he's talking about. He's just grandstanding. I'm not running again, so I'm not grandstanding. I'm standing up for the people. The people should be able to vote on this, not us. Thank you very much, and I ask for a roll call vote on this when you get done.
Thank you. Legislator Martinez.
does not know what the outcome of any negotiation of the contracts will be. They're in negotiation. So for him to say that they're not going to get a raise is a fallacy. That's just a fallacy. It's a negotiation process that's done at every contract. And might I remind, last year, a lot of those entities got an 8 and then a 3% increase, which equated to a 10% increase in pay between the last 3 months of last year into the first part of this year. They got a 10% increase. So for somebody to say that they're not getting their raises, that was done as part of the compensation study, and we are now entering into negotiations for new contracts. Standard procedure happens every 3 to 5 years, depending on what the contract reads.
Thank you. Before I go to Legislator Greco, I would offer that we're almost always in a state of negotiations with one of the units or another. Legislator Greco, continue, sir.
I just want to show support here for the sheriff and our other elected officials. Look, these guys work hard. They're not getting the salaries that they deserve. And they should get these raises. That's why they're in here to get the raises. As far as this room goes, I look around this room, and no offense to anybody or part of the crew that comes in here to speak, we need people to get involved that are under 60. I'm being polite. Right? Look around here. Right? You don't compensate these people for their time, right? As you're younger, as we get older, right, we have a little more time. We're all still working 2 jobs, whatever the job. But the reality of it is, if you want a young person to come in here, we have a few, Mr. Hill and Mr. Twist, maybe Noel. But the reality of it is, we've done nothing but keep up with inflation. In fact, we haven't kept up with inflation at the 3% raises. And if you want people to come in here, they got to be compensated for their time, because people give up days of work. They leave work early. They take time off completely from their jobs to come in here. And if you don't compensate them, you're not going to have people look at this. I'm talking right now. Thank you.
Decorum.
We're not back and forth, but I would offer the state of volunteerism in the country and the state is a little bit of what you're referencing. The volunteer fire companies can't get people.
Exactly.
It's not a feeling of serving your community.
People can't afford to serve for free anymore. Look at the cost of everything, right? Everybody has to be compensated. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Castillo.
I would ask to go to the tape to see where I said that the unions aren't going to get a contract, they aren't going to get a raise. I said that they're in contract negotiations looking for a raise, and we're the ones voting ourselves a raise, and no negotiations, and nobody voting on it other than ourselves. And to address Legislator Greco, I said in the beginning, it's not whether or not you deserve a raise and the kind of job you're doing and how much time you're putting in. It's the fact that you're voting yourself a raise. And the public should be voting for you to get a raise. I said it at one meeting, the employers should be giving the employees the raise. We are the employees. Thank you very much. Still want a roll call vote, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I could go on and on about this, and I'm not gonna. Let's move forwards. Let's do the roll call vote.
Trying to get out of this early, you just said no to it.
Thank you. Roll
For
call
good
vote.
reason.
Your fault.
My fault.
Michael Yurden.
How do we vote?
We're voting to
Approve.
approve a yes.
You gonna give yourself a raise or not?
Yes is
We're
for the
voting
raises.
on the actual resolution.
The actual. We've
Yes
amended.
and no?
It's the resolution as amended.
What's amended?
Well, the amendment was just a numbering sequence.
Different name.
Different. It's the same resolution to, if you want to
So it's the
vote.
same, so this is for the raises.
Yes, this is for the
Yes.
Herbert Yurden.
Yes.
Edward Gilson.
Yes.
David Holz.
Yes.
Roy Rehel.
Yes.
John Martino.
Yes.
Frank Lombardo.
Yes.
Paul House.
Yes.
James Weatherup.
Yes.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
Yes.
Linda Lockwood.
Yes.
Richard Klein. Patrick Twist.
Yes.
Stephen Walpole's been marked excused. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Scanlon.
Yes.
Charles Berger's been marked excused. Robert Wilmot.
Yes.
Marie Shad.
No.
Paul Conlon has been marked excused. Noel Samuelson.
No.
James Carasset.
Yes.
Michael Soloway.
Yes.
Mark Greco.
Yes.
Frank Castelia.
For one last time, no.
Oh, we're coming back.
Oh, no, this is no on this race, because I voted no on it every time you've had it.
Mr. Chairman, that's 4 in favor and 18 opposed and 3 excused.
Duly noted. At this point, we'd be looking for a motion, I
Wait a
believe.
minute,
sir?
wait a minute. Whoa.
No,
Oh,
You said,
we've got more.
do the,
FP5,
wait, announce the numbers again.
FP5.
roll call vote, please.
So 4 in favor, 18 opposed.
No. It's 4 opposed.
4 opposed.
The opposite.
Oh, opposite, yes,
Thank
4
you.
opposed, you got it.
I had 5 opposed.
5 opposed?
I had 5 opposed.
Do we have to go to the tape?
No.
No.
Raise your hand if you voted no.
You voted no. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, just 4.
Oh, okay.
Thanks for clarification.
Legislator Martinez. Can't I count her?
Okay?
She raised her hand.
That's good.
Moving on.
How old are you doing?
1843. Legislator Martino, your stand.
Yes, we still have FP5 and 6 to do.
All right, thank you. Resolution FP5 by Legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution reestablishing pre-qualified lists of certain professional services firms.
This is a pre-qualified list that our purchasing department has put together.
Yes, thank you. Pretty standard. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution FP6 by Legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution to increase capital reserve 21, building renovations, capital reserve 145, technology, and capital reserve 175, airport.
Yeah, we're just increasing the capital project to meet the needs.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to make a motion to waive the rules for GC7, HS3, EP11, EP12, and FP9 only.
Second.
Thank you. We have a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Nobody? Excuse me. She didn't have her hand up.
Can I, Mr. Chairman, can I add FP7 and waive the rules?
Not on his.
Okay, I'll wait then.
No, wait, you can go back. So back to the original resolution by Legislator Martinez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nobody's opposed. All right, so now we move that only. All right?
Yes.
What are we doing? Well, Legislator Martino brought up to waive the rules for GC7.
HS3, EP11, EP12, and FP9 only, and that was passed. We can do that now.
We'll vote for those now.
Yes.
Those were presented.
Yeah, but that's, we just voted.
No.
We just voted to waive the rules, so you said.
My bad. So that passed. So resolution GC7 by Legislator Holtz.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing the execution of a non-disclosure agreement with Constellation Energy Generation LLC and its affiliated entities and the New York Power Authority.
Yes, the County of Oswego is the home of 3 operating nuclear electric generating facilities located at 9 Miles Point. And the New York State Power Authority has issued 2 requests for information, RFIs, as part of a new mission to develop 1 gigawatt of new advanced nuclear generation for New York State.
Thank you. This is actually referenced earlier by Administrator Church, so that would support that. Any discussion? Legislator Casey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great opportunity for our county. We've proven a track record of having a nuclear plant. We've discussed the impact this could have on our economy. As a member of Operation Oswego County, we've discussed it and supported it heavily there. This could be our microphone. We're in a very good position, a shovel-ready site, and I applaud all of the legislature and the leadership for pursuing this as aggressively as we have, and I'm firmly behind this next step towards landing our next nuclear plant.
Yes, thank you. And I would add that we've had bipartisan support on this from the assemblymen in our area, but also the senators, both Walzak and Ryan on that, and along with I believe Congressman Mannion and Congresswoman Kenny has voiced their support for this. So this, to Legislator Gilson's point, this could be a terrific game changer for Oswego County. So I think we're in good shape. The situation of the land there and et cetera is all in our favor, but we just kind of wait and see. But we're well represented with a lobbyist firm. Everybody that I've talked to, I have not met one person that is against this effort. So, having said that, any other discussion?
I don't want to drag this out, but I think Phil and Austin from the IDA and the other players involved in this deserve a lot of credit for putting this together.
Yes, they do, they truly do. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to resolution HS3?
Nope, UP11.
Yeah.
No,
HS3.
All right.
My bad.
I took my glasses off for a second, sorry. HS3 by legislator Shea.
My bad.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and I urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution appointing members to the Community Services Board.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have two folks that we're looking to move onto the board, Elizabeth Bonner and Travis Bullock. Both are folks in our community who've done a great job in serving in their fields and will be obviously useful on this board.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 21 in favor, 1 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Moving to resolution EP1 by legislator Chipman.
I'm on 11. We'll go to 11. Let's not
I
start.
have my glasses back on.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing the execution of a professional services contract amendment, broadband network project.
Yes, with our broadband project, we've already done a contract to get a consultant in there to make sure that everything is being done in a timely fashion, because we only have until December of next year to do this. However, ConnectAll has suggested that we don't, within our original contract, we said that he was only going to work for us until December of this year, and we need him to work throughout the spring and into the summer, right up to September. So we're changing the deadline date as well as the amount of time. Obviously, he'll just use it as needed, but he's there for us to consult.
Right, and it intended to come out of the grant.
Yeah, oh, it's all paid for by the grant, nothing out of our money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you. Resolution EP12 by legislator Cheslow.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Would the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution approving the execution of an amended and restated intermunicipal agreement by and between the County of Oswego, Town of Schuylkill, Village of Phoenix, and the County of Oswego Industrial Development.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm very, very pleased to announce that this IMA is finally getting taken care of, because as we all know, when we have so many chefs in the kitchen, sometimes it's difficult to get things done. But everybody has come together between the town, the county, IDA, and the Village of Phoenix to be able to have this project go forward, which is the improvement and getting back to where the Phoenix wastewater treatment plant will be able to continue to grow. So the IDA with the industrial park will be able to go in, the town will have additional residents. It's a very huge thing to impact southern Oswego County.
And I would add, thank you for all your efforts on that. This has been a project that's some 18 years
Yes.
in the works.
Going on and on, so this is, we've got it all together.
We're close, we're not.
We're not at the end, but
We can't
this,
spike the ball yet.
this is important, though, to get this at least signed.
Thank you, Legislator Klein.
Yes, I just want to point out that, as has been said, 18 years has been longer than that. It's been forever down there. I was on the town board when we worked on this back then, and the amount of distrust between the village and the town and the IDA and the county screwing us and on and on and on. There was some real deep wounds there.
Yes, it was not
And
pretty.
it's taken a long time to get this point. And now everybody understands and can see what could happen. And so this is a great thing, and I'm personally, I'm very, very proud of the fact that I was part of this years ago, trying to get this through, and finally we're getting where we need to be.
So you worked on it when you were 10?
Thank you, Jim, that's nice you say that, but I'm 14 years older than you are.
The resolution contemplates a draft agreement that's attached because there have been some comments this week that have not been reduced to writing. We're optimistic we can get this finalized. The other slight issue is there's a $5 million plus or minus grant announcement that has not yet occurred. This resolution provides flexibility that if the grant isn't announced, we can just incorporate it and sign the agreement. It's anticipated, but we haven't heard that.
Any other discussion?
Just one.
Legislator Gilson.
Perhaps Betsy could send Dave Turner a special Christmas card announcing that this is finally happening. And Dave lived this one a long time.
Yeah, he started it his first day here. All right, yes, so, any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. You would think Legislator Scott, you're not going to...
Are we
Legislator
done?
Martinez, got one more.
Okay.
Oh, none. Oh,
Got one more.
I wrote it, but didn't.
You're killing me, kid.
All right. Which one is it?
FP9.
Take back the one that was handed down.
Okay, presented by Legislator Martino. Would the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing the execution of an agreement with Motorola Solutions, Inc. regarding Besta 911 call handling equipment and services.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As this was a late last edition, normally this would be going through public safety. It was decided that I would present it through F&P because there is money involved. I'm going to defer to Rich on this because of the latency that this came in.
I was made aware of this yesterday. There's a quote from Motorola on the Vesta 911 call handling equipment and services, 1.515 million plus or minus. And the county needs to execute a contract before 12/31/25 to hold that pricing. Motorola was contacted this morning by 911 asking if they'd extend pricing into 26, and they would not. So it's been added today by way of the rules to avoid another special meeting between now and the end of the year.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you. So, any discussion? Legislator Brown.
Just a point of order here is that public safety is in favor of this. Just so you know.
Right.
It was actually discussed within that previous.
Thank you. Any other discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 22 in favor, 0 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Move to recess?
Legislator Randall. Wait, Legislator Scott had her hand up.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a motion to waive the rules for a walk-on resolution, PS 5.
Do you have a second? All right.
Second and a roll call vote, please.
Hang on.
Any discussion? Gotta have a roll call vote on whether you're gonna accept and waive the rules. Any discussion?
Any discussion?
On waiving the rules? You don't have discussion until after you waive the rules, I believe.
First issue we've already had. Yes. Just do a roll call vote. Just do a roll call vote on the waive the rules.
And waive the rules. Well, and then if it passes, then there'll be discussion.
Just say no.
Michael Yurden.
No.
Herbert
Rich,
Yurden.
present it, just say
No.
Edward Gilson.
No.
David Holz.
No.
Roy Rehel.
No.
John Martino.
Nope.
Frank Lombardo.
No.
Paul House.
No.
James Weatherup.
No.
Mary Ellen Chesbro.
No.
Linda Lockwood. No. Richard Klein.
No.
Patrick Twist.
No.
Stephen Walpole and marked excused. Kevin Hill.
No.
James Scanlon.
No.
Charles Burgess and marked excused. Robert Wilmot.
No.
Marie Shad.
Yes.
Paul Conley's been marked excused. Noel Samuelson.
No.
James Carasset. Michael Soloway.
No.
Mark Greco.
No.
Frankie Stelia.
Yes, as always.
Mr. Chairman, that's 2 in favor, 20 opposed, and 3 excused.
Thank you.
Motion to recess.
All right. Motion to recess?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Have your attention. Legislator Martino.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we reconvene.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. We're back in session. First, we're back in session. We're going to have a public hearing on the budget. So, Mr. Mitchell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Notice of public hearing. Please take notice. The public hearing will be held at 7:00 p.m. on the 11th day of December 2025 in the Legislative Chambers, 4th Floor County Office Building, Oswego, New York, at which time all persons desiring to express their view may be heard in the matter of the consideration of the tentative county budget for the County of Oswego for fiscal year 2026. Copy is available at the Office of Clerk of the Legislature, 46 East Bridge Street, Oswego, where they may be inspected or procured by any interested person during business hours, or it's also available online. Pursuant to Section 359 of the county law, the maximum salaries that may be fixed and payable during said fiscal year to members of said county legislature and to the chairman thereof respectively are hereby specified as follows. County legislator each, $16,577. Chair, county legislature, $36,465. Majority leader, county legislature, $19,889. Minority leader, county legislature, $19,889. By order of the Oswego County Legislature, November 13, 2025, Betsy Sherman Saunders, clerk. Any persons wishing to be heard on the tentative county budget for fiscal year 2026, please step forward and state your name.
Legislator Martino.
There are?
No, it's getting on the hood.
This is a public hearing on the budget.
Oh, is it?
Mhm.
Oh, take my name off that one.
Thank you. Before we get started, I would ask Administrator Church to give us a little bit of a budget update from his perspective. Before he gets going, I got to tell you, the work that he and all of us, the department heads and the legislature, certainly Veronica, put into this, it's a daunting task. I would also tell you that after today, next year's budget starts. So, well, whichever way this goes. This is a year-long process. It's not something that we take lightly, and it's not something that's done with a week to go. So, having said that, Mr. Church.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tentative budget as it stands right now is $277,450,464 with a real property tax levy of $51,253,157. At a county's full value of $9.9 billion, it produces a generic tax rate of $5.14, which is 1 penny less than 2025. It is important to note that No, this is the tentative.
Oh,
Okay. Well, I like doing that. Of that $51 million tax levy, it's important to know that $25.2 million of it by itself is one state mandate, that is the Medicaid. As it stands, in the tentative budget does not comply with the New York State tax cap. It's $2.7 million over. Some driving factors in that were increases in New York State mandated retirement. That was about a $2 million increase that we had to shoulder. Our mandated health insurance for employees was $2.2 million increase over last year. And our labor contracts increased about $3.5 million. The tax cap, as I mentioned earlier, we're a bit of a disadvantage of that this year because we entered into a very good tax agreement with nuclear power plants this year. It got us $1.7 million more. However, the New York State's formula in calculating the tax cap, that goes against us. And it limited us to a tax levy increase of $560,000. Now that was against all those mandated increases I just mentioned to you. So as the chairman said, our department did a very good job finding ways to mitigate costs. My staff, our attorney's got an eagle eye. She finds a lot of trends that we can work into this budget that allows us to maintain services but do it at a cost that doesn't create a lot of increase. Now, that's the tentative budget. The legislators have on their desk a motion reduced to writing that after the public hearing will reduce, it'll make some certain budgetary adjustments and it will end up reducing the tax levy further so that we do comply with the New York State tax cap. We'll be under it by just about $50,000. And the new tax rate would be $4.87, which is a 5.4% tax rate reduction from 2025. With that, I'll turn it over to you.
yes, thank you. I do have a couple slides, and it's not like home movies. I'm going to try not to bore everybody. But what I'm trying to highlight here is if people have asked me, some of my constituents, well, what does this look like? Well, if you look at this graph here, the blue bar lines are basically what our generic tax rate has done. I know it's hard to see, but you can see that downward trend from I started back in 2003 to 2026 in there. So what our rate has done is decreased for the last 7 years, I think solid. It hasn't gone up in 12 years, but it decreased the last 7. So adjusted for inflation with a consumer price index, our tax increase or our tax rate of $4.87, if we went back to 2004 numbers, it would be $14.80. So we're actually doing more with less, in effect. Inflation's terrible. I hate it myself, but it is what it is. We can argue about what caused it, but these are what we're doing with it. So now, reduction from 515 to 487. So the next slide, this particular one, so that somebody doesn't think I'm doing some hokey pokey, this is my own house. My assessment in 2006 was $103,500. It increased, it's currently at $187,500. Why that's important is even with the taxes rates, and I paid $1,570 some odd dollars 2006, I'm going to pay $1,696, $1,659 this year. That's $87 in 20 years that my taxes have gone up. So if you factor in inflation in that, it's minimal. So what this does is the blue line that we have here, that's the assessment of my house that went up. The red line across the middle is the tax rate. And then the yellow line is what's adjusted for inflation. So my house is not exactly like everybody else's house, so I picked another random house. If we were to look at this one. Now this house here was assessed in 2010 for $50,000. 2022, it went to $75,000. But them same ratios apply. But the important thing to keep in mind is the yellow line at the bottom is the county tax without the Medicaid. We spend $487,000 roughly every week sending that money back to Albany. So our county tax, and that includes workers' comp and community college, minimum, half of what you're seeing. People will tell me their taxes go up. Mine do too. But if we look at the next raise, or the next slide, part of what happens in different communities is our county tax goes along basically flat. Less money would consumer price index allow, but this particular house is in the city of Fulton. Now this house went from $50,000 to $75,000 in 2022. The raise, and I'm not picking on my friends down in Fulton in the city, that's the raise. And if we had more time, we could put the school tax in there, and then you'd see just how hard this body really works at keeping the tax rate down. I'm particularly proud of that. The reason I got involved in government back in the day, but we have lowered the tax rate, if we approve this budget, for the last 7 years straight. And I'm very proud of that. And it's all your work, bipartisan. Legislator Castilla and Schott hold our feet to the fire on some of these things. But again, we're doing all we can, more with less. Thank you. So having said that, would Jim Cannon please come forward? Thank you. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to say two things real quick. One, I do appreciate the hard work, and I do understand there's things in this. The problem I have with is anybody out there who hasn't had a chance to come to any of the meetings, looking at the budget, looking at 150 pages of just the agenda for this meeting and finding the meat of it is almost impossible. And then, this is a great thing, but they don't even get to see the yellow lines and the blue lines. So that's a problem. I'm going to talk a little bit about DSS. At the beginning it says, of a special note, there are efforts by the Department of Social Services to reduce costs, particularly in the areas of additional hours, contractual obligations, resulting in a net county cost decrease to the Department of $1.6 million. Here are some parts I find interesting or very overly optimistic. The budget says you're going to reduce overtime payments from $154,000 to $50,000, and additional hours from $180,000 to $155,000. That's $129,000 savings indicated without really any more staff than they had in 2025. I'm curious. Salaries in the budget have gone up 2026 by over $400,000. That's not a problem. Those people, a lot of them are underpaid to begin with. Legal fees for 2025 adopted were $62,800. 2025 revised, $247,000. 2026 department, $484,000. And 2026 tentative, $215,000. So either way, it went up a whole lot from one year to the next. Which brings us back to the question, how much litigation is out there? Why can't you find attorneys for the department? Other supplies and expenses. So I have one in there, I can read you the line number, but it was 0 in 2025 adopted, $605,358 in 2025 revised, 2026 it's 0. So it went from 0 to 605 to 0. So either the program has ended or it's not going to be continued. Is that a cost savings or is that just another number? The net county savings to departments are listed, and it's funny to me to see the departments adopted, revised, all that stuff. I'm not an accountant by any means. I leave that to Frank. But when I do look and see little things like salaries in the department have risen $400, legal fees have risen, we know that. Even if you count the $608,000 by savings, you have $550,000 and higher costs balanced out by that. I see a $150,000 difference. When you claim a $1.6 million budget reduction expenses, you have to subtract the 2020 budget officer number from the 2025 adopted number. That seems disingenuous. The adopted number in 2025 is not ever where it comes out. So you're taking the number you guessed at last year to the number you guessed at this year without taking any consideration in the middle. The interesting part of it is the budget officer for Department of Social Services number is 66% of what the department has listed as needed. Now, who's being overly optimistic or pessimistic, the department or the budget officer? That's a 66% difference. Now, in contrast, the sheriff's budget shows salaries up by $400,000. The undersheriff's salary is up about 10% in 2026. We talked about that earlier, myself and the undersheriff. We get that. The total 2025 adopted budget was $22,890,258. The budget for tentative 2026 was $23,789,723, a 4% increase. The interesting thing is that the department proposed number and budget officer's number is only different by $32,916, or about 0.1%. So it's amazing that the sheriff's department is so much better at estimating their budget than DSS is. 66%, 0.1%. I find that very strange. The sheriff's revised 2025 budget was $26,095, which was $3 million more than the adopted budget. So last year's adopted budget went up $3 million. I guess what I'm trying to get at is, it's nice to sit here and you can put up a couple slides, talk about it, but if you expect anybody in the community to understand this, it might be nice if you actually went out and had, I don't know, town halls, invited people in, went to see, invited people in for groups, whatever. This is almost, I'm not a stupid person, and this gave me a headache going through the first 40 pages of this budget. Can you imagine the people in the community who don't have the time to do that, trying to understand what you're doing? If you're really doing what you're doing, why not go out and tell people what you're doing? Why not go out and talk about that, show them what you're doing, explain why, rather than just go, oh, we're done, thanks, have a good day. Thank you.
I would offer a comment, not in an argumentative state, but yet most legislators here visit their towns that we represent on a monthly basis, if not weekly. So there is quite a lot of interaction between us legislators and the local constituents in their towns. Having said that, Margaret Meldrum, please come forward.
Chairman Rutherford, my name's on that list in here.
Oh, well then you get an X.
Next one.
Randy Wilkinson, please come forward.
We really gotta stop being like this. We really do.
I think we should ride together.
You know, I was worried. I was like, oh, I forgot to move my car. Is Jim gonna have to drive me home today? So Randy Wilkinson from Central Square. I just wanted to read a synopsis that Jim Chairperson Weather, I apologize. So from the 2026 proposed budget, federal revenues are down slightly in the 2026 budget because most scheduled reductions don't occur until the last quarter of 2026. However, federal reductions will impact the full year of 2027, and if federal and state mandates are not similarly reduced, we may need more UFB that year to mitigate resulting tax increases. I mentioned this earlier, so you're looking at maybe $1 million this year. Next year, we're looking at a possibility of $5 to $6 million. I've met so many of you, and I got to tell you, you're kind, you're hardworking, you have the county's interest, at heart. You managed to put out a proposed budget that was, 1 cent less than last year, so we're maintaining. I have the same, property tax figures for my house as well that I look at. When I look at the way the federal government treats areas like this and how we forever are voting against our own interests, because who do you think is in charge of reducing the money that ends up coming to the poorest counties in the state? It's not you guys, you're not voting against our interests, right? But at the federal level, when we vote for people like Teddy, it just isn't working out well for us. And I thank you guys for the hard work that you're putting in. But I just got to ask, the constituents of this county, maybe it's time to start thinking about voting in a different direction when it gets to the federal level. Because I see a bunch of hard work, and Mr. Klein, Legislator Klein, thank you for talking to me earlier. Again, hard working, friendly, you and I, 95% of what we're out there for, we're the same people. Maybe we should start looking at putting some different people in charge of the federal budget. Maybe we should be putting some more responsible folks out there, some folks that actually understand what it's like to live in this county. Thank you all for your hard work. Keep it up this year.
Thank you. Chris Weisenberger, please come forward.
Good evening. Today you voted to give yourself your raise. This is the 10th year in a row that you've gotten your pay raises. And with this raise, I believe the figure is next year you'll be earning $16,577. I may be off a little bit, but I think I'm close. These are part-time jobs. You're only required to attend 2 committee meetings and 1 legislature meeting a month. And I'm sure you have some side meetings and things like that, emails and things. But that's still $1,381 a month to attend 3 meetings that we can actually attend as public. Let's put the size of the legislature in perspective. The Oswego County Legislature has 25 seats, more than any other county with similarly sized populations. Jefferson County and St. Lawrence County have slightly smaller populations and have only 15 legislators. Others, like Ontario, Rensselaer, and Chautauqua, only have 19 legislators. And Onondaga, with 4 times our population, has 19 legislators. With a consistent 3% raise each year for 25 legislators, the cost of having a legislature this large is going to keep growing. The county budget is going to continue unnecessarily increasing. Reducing the number of county legislators is an easy way to trim the budget that doesn't harm residents. And I would also add that while you all have, there are 25 of you, I have not had an opportunity to meet with my legislator at a town hall, ever. I've received postcards, my husband is a Republican, I've received postcards for elections, but I haven't been invited to speak with my legislator. And I would bet that a lot of us have not been invited to speak with you. And as a person of the other party, I feel unheard. I feel like you don't listen, you don't care about my opinion. And I would like to be heard. And I would like to have you understand my perspective. And maybe we can't agree, but we could at least have a dialogue and perhaps come to some understanding and some common understanding. My concern is always empathy for the people out there, the guy at Thrifty Shopper who sits out there all day long shivering, or the woman who dumpster dives behind Walmart. Those are my concerns. So trimming your budget and putting the money where it can help people, that's what I want you to hear. That is my concern. That's what all of our concerns are, people who come to these meetings and speak out. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Legislator Greco.
I feel the need to respond here, Mr. Chairman. There's 3 meeting things that I keep hearing about. We're only required to show up to 3 meetings a month. And that may in fact be true. But I know many of us spend many, many more hours and go to many, many more, including Mr. Castillo over there, shows up at many, many more meetings than is required. So the hours that we put in don't equate to the salaries that we're receiving, right? That's number 1. That's the first thing I want to address. The second thing is lowering the number of legislators. The more legislators you have, the less likely special interests will take control of the legislature, right? You got to convince 25 people that this is the right thing. It's a lot better than trying to convince 10 or 12 people that it's the right thing to do. That's the only point I want to make. Thanks.
Thank you, and I would add not to pick on my friends to the south, but an Onondaga County legislator now makes $39,974.
With staff.
Representing how many people? Representing how many people?
Plus
Now listen,
That isn't true, Jim, you know.
it's not true that it's
Yes, I got the
39,974?
numbers from them. Not 39,000 now.
That's what they voted for next year, that's what they're getting.
That's.
I'll bet you a beer on that one, Frank.
And I'll bet you you're on that one too.
I'll bet you
Oh, if it was me.
$10 when they're arm wrestling.
It's on the record.
And if I'm not mistaken, they do have some staff, correct?
Yes, and they have staff, they have legislative aides, their budget is about 4 times a year. All right, having said that, we're not here to vote on Onondaga County or any other county, we're here to discuss Oswego County. Having said that, Chris Novak, please. Thank you, 5 minutes, please.
I'm Chris Novak. I'm legislator-elect for the 16th District, and I took some time to read the budget. Mind-boggling. But after reading the proposed budget, I've got some serious concerns about several aspects of the budget. I looked specifically at the line item, other travel reimbursements in various departments, and I really found some startling increases. The county legislature, the 2024 travel budget was $20,000. For 2026, it's $30,000. That's a 50% increase. The city administrator, in 2024, the county legislator, administrator, $3,500, 2024. $10,000 in 2026. That's a 185% increase. The purchasing department, this one astounded me, $4,800 in 2024. In 2026, it's a little over $10,000, which is a 210% increase. Now these, I grant you, are small pieces. This is small amounts of money in the big scheme of things, but it's a lot of money. It's a lot of increases. Now I also looked at, the Sheriff's Department, $25,000 for travel, and $10,000 for both the tourism and the planning departments, and $8,000 for the treasurer. That's a little over $100,000. Additionally, there were some wage increases that really raised my eyebrows. Aging Service Administration, 2024, the salary was about $73,000. In 2026, it went up to $100,000, a little over $100,000. That is a almost $28,000 raise and a 38% increase. A PR accounting clerk, I'm not sure exactly what that is, but in 2024, this person made a little over $47,000, and in 2026, the same person made $63,000, which is a $16,000 raise and a 37% increase. The airport manager in 2024 made a little over $62,000, and in 2026, made a little over $85,000, which is a 23% increase, $23,000 increase, a 36% increase. That's only a sampling of the spending increases in the budget. I think we all can agree that there needs to be some belt tightening. We've talked about how the county is doing that, how the legislature is doing that. But given the reductions in federal spending, this budget doesn't reflect that idea. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I just want to respond to a couple of things there. One, the salary increases were due in large part to our compensation study. Right? We did this compensation study. We had people coming in here every week, every month telling us that we're not paying enough. Apparently it was true. So we did the compensation study to find out just how much we weren't paying our people, and we made adjustments, hence the adjustments in the salary. As far as travel goes, I wanted to address, in the last couple of years, we realized that Onondaga County was way ahead of the game going out and soliciting businesses to come to their county, such as Micron. Right? Micron comes because of Oswego County's port, Oswego County Energy, Oswego County Water. We said, well, why aren't we doing this, right? We haven't done it, we needed to do it, so we decided to sit down and we decided we were going to send people out to try and solicit companies to come here, and in order to do that, you have to travel. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any other people who would wish to speak on the budget? All right, well, having Legislator Reel.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to mention that one of the speakers said something to the effect of, I've never been asked to talk to my legislator. Well, I don't ask anybody to talk to me, but they know how to find me, and when they do, I answer all of my constituents' inquiries, and I think all of us do that as well. Thank you.
All right, thank you. In a teasing light, I see Legislator Castillo is deep. Are you looking at your phone, Legislator? Because I just texted you, and I'll take that beer now.
Like somebody famous in this country says, looks like fake news to me.
for clarity, what I just texted Legislator Castillo,
Fake news.
who I love, 39,
Portability.
39,794 and 26. And again, I'm not here to talk about Onondaga County, I'm not here to judge them or how hard they work, but their budget is quite a bit higher. They have legislative aides, they have assistants. Not only is there a county attorney down there, each side down there, between the minority and the majority, have their own lawyer on staff ready to go. So it is, they're not us, we're not them.
And how many constituents do they represent?
They represent more.
Well, I know how much.
But, and they get 3 times the money. Now, do you want to bet a beer on that too?
Well, you might do a comparison, sir. I just say you gotta compare the size of that county versus the size of us.
Apples,
How much
apples and
they're getting
oranges.
paid.
Let's get back.
Apples and oranges now.
Let's
Now it's
get back.
apples and
It
oranges.
is. Well, you're bringing it up because you owe me 2 beers now. Anyway.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a point of record, as the legislator for the town of Richland, we have, every month at our town meetings, we have a time for legislative report. Every month. I'm there every month. I report on highlights, and I open it up for questions as well. So, just as a point of record, I am accessible to the public in person once a month at the town board meeting. And any emails or phone calls I get, I answer all of them. Thank you.
And I would add in a number of this way, the house that I showed you, and I'm glad my wife was here and left because she's still mad about it. But I've been in the same house for over 30 years. She'd like it to be finished. And I live next door to my daughter, across the street from my son, across 2 streets from my brother. I'm in town every day. I talk to people every day. I go to the firehouse for coffee. I go to the Burn Dairy for coffee. I drink too much coffee. I am not as available as some, but I go to the town board meetings, I go to the village board meetings. So perhaps we should do a better job getting our vision out, but I don't think we're out there grandstanding. We're out there talking to the constituents and listening to their concerns, and then we move on from there. So, having said that, moving on to resolutions and motions.
Mr. Chairman, I request to declare the public hearing closed at 7:37.
Good thing Rich keeps me on track. All right, having said that, resolutions and motions. Resolution FP7, Legislator Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution adopting county budget for the fiscal year commencing January 1st, 2026.
As we just discussed, where we're at, what we've been through, I would like to take a moment to thank everybody who had their hands in the budget, from department heads to our administrator and his team, and all the legislators who had input. I think we're moving in the right direction.
Any discussion?
Do we not need an amendment?
If we do an amendments?
Oh, yes, thank you.
Things change.
It's been a long day, I'm sorry.
Could have been shorter.
You messed that up. I'm gonna say that.
All right. So yes, we will need
Yes.
an amendment to reflect.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would, I move to amend the 2026 tentative budget to include the changes summarized below. On the attached listing of accounts, approval of this budget adjustment and tax reduction package will result in lowering the property tax levy to comply with the New York State tax cap and produce a generic tax rate of $4.87 per thousand. This is a 28-cent reduction, equaling a 5.4 decrease in the generic tax rate. Thank you, I apologize.
I'll second the amendment.
So we have a resolution and an amendment. Second, any discussion on the amendment? Legislator Castillo.
You're talking about all these in here,
Yes.
and we're gonna pass them all together.
Yep. Big beautiful amendment.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rutherford, I didn't catch that little dig, but I'm sure that, I will at some point in time. Somebody will tell me later what you said, because I don't want to go to the tapes.
Okay.
I just looking it all over and I see reductions and stuff and, really, there's some explanation, but there's not a lot of it. So, I know that somebody's gonna say, how can you vote against it, Frank? Because I think it's just a, smoke and mirrors trick is what I think it is, but we'll go on, but, I'll, relate to my counterpart, we'll let him go through with what he's going, and then we'll vote on this whole thing at once. But I will have a discussion about it. You're amending, and we're gonna vote on the amendments.
Yes, we're voting on the amendment. Any other discussion on the amendment? All those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, there's 21 in favor, 2 opposed, and 2 excused.
So then back to the original resolution as amended. Any discussion? Legislator Castillo?
Now we gotta talk about the budget, right?
Well, I gotta.
Now we get our chance to, because everybody else got to sign up to talk about it.
Yeah.
It was a nice little slideshow you just showed us, Mr. Wither. And you told us the same thing last year. You showed me how your, tax rate, taxes you paid. But my taxes last year, with the budget we did last year, my county taxes went up $400. And you want to know why? Because the evaluation went up. The county evaluation went up. And that's why my taxes on my house, I wish you'd have put my house up there, 372 South 7th Street. Put it up there and see what the taxes were from last year, to this year.
You're gonna owe me a third beer.
Third beer, I think you showed me my house, that was my house.
That was your house. In 2010, your assessment was $50,000 on your house. In 2022, it jumped to $75,000.
Right.
You have a real value assessment, I think of it's 87-ish or whatever.
Right.
But that's not what your taxes are based on. Your county property tax in 2015 was $384.70. In 2020, $404.68. In 2025, $467.36. Your city tax did go up.
Well, I
It
know
went
that
up
goes
pretty
up
good.
every time.
That
But
tells
your
me he's not
county
paying his
tax-
fair share.
What's that?
That tells me he's not paying his fair share, that's all.
What I'm getting at is our county tax rate has in effect lowered. You did not have an increase.
You know why it went lower?
You did not have an increase of $400. You didn't. Your city tax went up about that much.
You know why? Do you know why your generic went down?
You know why.
Because we worked hard on it.
Oh, doesn't have anything to do with the assessed value of the county went up $500 million.
No, but this is.
Doesn't have anything to do with that.
This is why I showed you on the graph, your house and my
He's
house.
saying, yeah, it does.
Our assessments raised. Yours went up 50%, mine went up
I'm just
almost 50%.
asking you, I asked you, do you know why your generic tax rate went down? And over here,
That
it
is
says,
fact.
yes, it does have an effect
But
on it.
that's certainly a factor.
So
But look
it's
at
not
the-
anything you did.
Listen, look at the
You
reality.
assessed the value.
Look at the reality in 2022, your city rate went up quite a lot. In
Right, it's gonna go up
2019,
again.
in 2019, my rate actually crossed. I'm actually paying, and I had mentioned, I only pay $87 more than I paid 20 years ago. You only pay in 10 years, you pay 16 and 67, you pay $81 more. Those are the figures. I didn't make them up.
Well, you didn't make, well, I'm just telling you, the reason your generic tax rate went down
That is a factor, that's
is
basic math.
because you raised the assessed value of the county. Now, I know that we're saying, we have nothing to do with that.
We don't.
No. But you'll take credit for lowering the generic tax rate.
Well, we take
And
credit
you
for,
didn't.
we take credit for not spending more money than we need.
No, but
Let's not get
no,
into
you
you
said,
moving.
no, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, you said that we worked hard, we lowered the generic tax rate. You did not work hard on it. It was the assessed value that lowered the generic tax rate. You did not lower anything, you gave yourselves raises but that didn't really affect the tax rate, no, it didn't.
If you
Okay.
look at yours house and mine, if we look at it based on consumer price index from the.
I looked at you, what's your equalization rate there? What is your equalization rate in that town?
We're a little low right now.
Yeah, a little low at what?
87%.
Yeah.
It's about 87%.
But the reality is, whatever that equalization rate is, what do I pay?
So,
And the same as you, sir, what do you pay?
Okay.
You pay $67 more over 10 years, based on inflation, that probably is nothing or less, the same as me. What I'm trying to reference here is the county has done a very good job over the last 15 years doing the best we can. There's no doubt that your assessment went up because of inflation. That's how it happens. It's part of math.
but that
Now-
lowers the generic tax rates.
Exactly, but it's what did your taxes do at your house? That's the question.
The whole thing.
We're going for 4 beers here, or what do we
No,
know?
no, but I want to relate over here where Mr. Greco said I'm not paying my fair share.
Oh,
But you aren't either because you're only at 87% equalization rate.
But in fact,
We've got to have every town and village and city
but it
to
but
be
it
at
factors in
100%.
my generic tax rate, then it's not 515, it's corrected. We have an assessor here that
You
can
know,
explain all this to you.
There's no way,
Legislative correction.
there's no, I'm not done yet. I got 20 minutes I can talk.
No, we got
Yeah, I do.
five.
No, I don't have 5. Look at the rules. Get the rules out. I have 20 minutes.
Hey,
Don't get me
hey,
going on the rules right here.
let's calm down.
Okay.
We're kind of teasing each other here, but try to wrap it up.
I'm gonna tell you right now that there's no way in God's green earth that I'll vote for this budget when you're voting yourself raises. You've got an airport that's running at a deficit, and you asked everybody in this county, every department head, and they did a hell of a job trying to get more revenue. But the department that didn't is the one that's running at a deficit, and it doesn't give services to everybody in the county. Now, they say, well, yeah, the airport, we need the airport for this, we need the airport for that. Well, I'm sorry. It doesn't supply services to everybody. Like, the health department, they tried to get more revenue. You've got the camps, okay? They're trying to get, parks, they're trying to get more revenue. Every department head here was challenged with getting more revenue. But the one that didn't, it's $122,000 on my book. But I will not be voting in favor of this budget.
And that's certainly your prerogative, sir, and I love you for your feistiness and your...
And I'm going to look that up. I'm going to look you up. I'm sorry. I may owe you 4 beers. Look it up.
Administrative Church has just pointed something out to me.
Uh-oh. Sure, that's your backup now. Now you got your backup
I
going.
got my money muscle right here.
Yeah.
No, just simply a comment on the full value and its effect on the tax rate. And it's in this motion that was reduced to writing. A change in full value does affect tax rate, but it should change it proportionately if we do nothing. The full value went up 0.7%, but we are lowering the tax rate 8 times that, 5.5%. So that shows that it's a small factor, but it's not the driving factor as to how low this rate went this year.
Very good thinking. Legislator Grassley.
All right, go ahead.
So every year we go through this routine of the county raised the assessment. And I've given the same talk for many years. County doesn't do any assessment. It's your villages, your towns, and your cities. They're the ones that have assessors. We don't even have an assessor. It's the total of what they've done that sets that amount. We don't do that. We have to take that, and that's what we run with. So it's not like there's fingers from the county in there making this total adjust one way or another. We don't have that power. We don't have the ability by law. It's all done local. It adds up, and that's the number that we deal with from moment one. Thank you.
Thank you. Legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to make light of one thing. When I originally
Hey,
became...
don't get into my beer count here.
No. When I originally became a legislator within the county, one of the towns I represent was at a 3% assessment rate while the neighboring town was at 100% assessment rate at that time. And I always got the question from, literally, from across the street, why is mine $245 a thousand, why is mine $766 or $740, whatever it was at that point? So the state actually stepped in and said this is grossly under assessed and placed an assessment value on it to the county, and that's where that number came from. So going through that and finally, over the course of many years and time, that town is now at 100% assessment rate. Well, the other one is down. And I represent both. So there's a lot to be said about what the actual assessment rate was and who is the one who actually gets it to that. The guy who gets the assessment rate to that 100% is the demon in the public eye. But actually, he's doing what is required of the state and helps the legislature keep them rates where they're supposed to be. So I feel for some assessors. I don't feel bad for assessors who don't address that situation and try to keep it at a consistent level, because if you don't get it to that consistent level, the next thing you know, you're way out of ballpark, you're getting hit with a big bill. Where if it was continually kept at that level, the hit would not be the big hit. That's just my, I wanted to put that out there.
Legislator Greco.
So I just want to say that, when I came into this job, I hate taxes. I still hate taxes, and I will always hate taxes, no matter who's taxing us. But I do want to say thank you to Phil Church and Veronica and all our department heads and our chairman for putting together another budget where we have had a reduction. Doing the best we can to get it done, and I appreciate that. All of everybody's on it. So thank you.
Thank you. Legislator
I just have one other question.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to know how many people in this county actually get the generic tax rate from the county, because it doesn't look like that on mine. You show me that thing that says the generic rate is going to be, 487. You showed me what it was last year. What did you say it was? 515 last year?
Right.
585 or 515?
515.
515. You showed me on that tax thing you got there that I was getting the generic tax rate. Show it to me. And I'll bet you the 4 beers. If it says 515, then I owe you 8. If it doesn't, you owe me 8.
The question is not whether it
No,
actually
you
says
say the
515
generic
in
rate.
there. That's
You
a
say the
guide,
generic rate.
Legislator Karasik's point, that is a guide so that you go back to your municipality, your taxing jurisdiction, it then tells us, they decide how much money they're gonna send us, they decide how much they're gonna charge you. The important part, I think, to remember is that your tax is only up $60 over the last 10 years. Mine is up only $87 over the last 20 years. I think that's damn good, including inflation.
But you just
The generic rate, that's a number that shows a guide, it only shows that we're doing our job.
Right, but
You're focusing on the generic rate rather
you just
than,
turned it around a
you're
little bit.
focusing on the generic rate, sir, rather than the fact that what you actually paid in taxes.
That's what I want, that's what these people want to know. They don't, the generic rate.
Nobody cares
Very
about-
few people get a generic rate.
Nobody cares about your generic rate. You should care about what you spend. And you,
Right.
sir, are
But you
basically
keep-
flat.
But we keep saying, we dropped the generic rate, we dropped the generic rate.
It's a tool, it's a guide. Legislator Rita.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Only the towns that are at 100% assessment will have the generic rate. Is that not correct, Bill?
That's basically true.
You better look at that.
The individual municipal rates that get charged are based on what percentage of the full value exists in that particular municipality. So the generic rates are an average across all municipalities. What people see on their tax bills is a rate that's calculated from the amount of the tax levy that has to be raised in their town based on the full value of the town. So also, they also see workers' comp levy put into that and a community college levy put into that. Those are separate because those are not levied on the value of property. Those are levied on the actual costs from those municipalities.
So the number of people,
Right.
the number of constituents in my district who go to college, it gets charged back to that town.
Right.
So no town is gonna see the actual generic rate.
No, correct, but what each town, the generic rate is a measure of how much the county portion of that is going to go up or down each year. So if you lower the generic rate for the county's portion of the county, the rate within those municipalities will go down by that same amount.
Right. And these are
Roughly.
complicated issues.
Yeah.
And just so I could possibly get in on this, the
You ain't getting any beers.
on the beer.
No, you're
Okay.
not.
I can, well,
You drink it.
No, you're not.
I said you only had 5 minutes. Rule 13 of the legislature on page 11 says, while a motion is under debate, no member shall speak more than 5 minutes on the question, and then may not speak again on the matter unless with the leave of the chair, after all other members have had an opportunity to speak. That's in our
You
rules.
gave me leave.
So one of his beers I gotta give to you.
That's
No, you
right.
called me. Called on me. Said I didn't
I
call.
did keep calling on him in the interest of,
I think you keep interrupting.
Any other discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 21 in
We'll
favor,
roll call vote.
2 opposed,
Didn't hear it.
2
Too late, too late.
excused.
I don't wanna see my beards in that, budget.
I thought we were golfing this. Anyway, we'll put it all
I'll
on.
take you out of the golf course.
Mr. Church.
Thank you. I just wanted to take an opportunity to do two things. I want to thank all the department heads and the staff who worked on this. This is a 6-month process putting this together. We do go through every line in this budget. Every line has a story behind it that, as one of the speakers pointed out, maybe the public doesn't know. There were some questions raised during the public hearing. I didn't get to get them all down, but I just want to say that if anybody ever has any questions about any of the lines in the budget, whether you're a legislator or a member of the public, you can call my office. I will make the time to try to explain what is behind the budget line and what it includes. Because it isn't always obvious. Public budgets are very complicated. I had to go to get a master's to learn how to do it, and I've been doing it for 18 years, and I still learn something every day. But just as an example, a question was raised about increases for travel. A layperson reading that's going to assume that's paying for people's travel. No, not necessarily. It's a state line, the name of that line, but what's included in that is not just travel costs, but training costs, professional development, other things that we do to offer opportunities to employees to get better trained, to do their jobs better for the public. And one of the reasons the legislative travel went up, other than inflation, is we have 6 new legislators who will have opportunity to attend professional development at NISAP, and which I would encourage them to do because it'll help them get up to speed a lot quicker than they otherwise would. Another asked about legal fees in the DSS department, why it increased so much from one year to the next. The reason is we're having a very difficult time hiring in-house DSS attorneys. So this year we have to contract out for some attorneys. So we split the cost between the positions and contracting out for it. That's why it jumped so much in '26 because of a lack of DSS attorneys to hire. And also overtime and additional hours. That is because of new management. I directed the new manager, the new DSS commissioner, to crack down on overtime and additional hours because it was running up so much. And Lee Sullivan is a good manager. She was able to find ways to use people's time more efficiently. And these budgeted items for '26 are based on the actual trends we're seeing now in 2025 because of the changes she's made in the department. So a lot of these changes you might see from year to year in these lines, they look like wide swings, but there's reasons behind them that are well researched, each and every one. So I just wanted to say that I think the questioning is good. There's answers for them, and I'd be more than happy to answer anybody's questions, give my office a call, and, or make an appointment. I'd be happy to sit down with anybody, particularly any of the new legislators or sitting legislators, if they have a question on these lines. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Moving on, Legislator Martino, Resolution FP3.
Yes, and I would like to just add one thing. There was a question raised about attorneys. The private sector pays attorneys much more than what we are willing to pay. We've been trying to address that. We've been trying to entice more attorneys to come and work for the public. That's one of the things. That's why we have to hire out for more than that. So,
I would even add that the attorneys, the public defender struggles with this. The reimbursement rate went from $75 a year, so about $158.
yeah.
So it's very hard for someone to come and work for us when they can make, you know, $6,000 a week being a public defender. And we struggle getting them in there.
So it is something that we have addressed, we're trying to address, we're trying to continue the enticement to be an attorney with the county. Having said that, I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution increasing existing appropriations for various funds in several offices and departments.
This is year-end cleanup to replenish funds where they need to be.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 excused.
Thank you. Resolution FT4 by Legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution appropriating funds in the 2026 budget in regard to full funded grant projects and specialized accounts.
This is basically what it says. We have to place grant funds and into specialized accounts to account for them the way New York State wants us to do it.
Thank you. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 excused.
Thank you. Resolution FP8 by Legislator Martino.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer this resolution and urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution making appropriation for the conduct of county government for the fiscal year commencing January 1st, 2026.
Self-explanatory. County conduct.
True. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, that's 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 excused.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Resolution GC2 by Legislator Holmes.
Mr. Chairman, I offer this resolution, urge its adoption.
Will the clerk please read the heading?
Resolution authorizing chairman and clerk to handle all unfinished business through December 31st, 2025.
It's something we do every year. It's for the chairman and the clerk, and all unfinished business.
Basically a cleanup so we can keep the lights going until we reorganize in January.
Correct.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Mr. Chairman, it's 23 in favor, 0 opposed, and 2 excused.
Thank you. Any unfinished business?
Hi, Jim. I'd like to stand up in unfinished business, I really would. But I've gone through enough, I owe enough beers already today, I can't afford it anymore. I'm not gonna have the salary or the raise that you guys just gave yourselves, so I can't afford any more beers. And I know you're probably not gonna want the cheap stuff like Pabst Blue Ribbon or anything like that, right?
In my world, that is the good stuff. Right?
Yeah. That's what I forgot where you were from.
Well, but before we're talking about beer today, we do have cake here for the outgoing legislators. Certainly, if it bothers anyone, I'll have the first piece so you know it's not poison.
Watch where you take it from.
But again, I want to make sure, I kind of probably should have done it at 2 o'clock, but certainly I appreciate all the legislators and certainly the outgoing ones. And in a weird kind of way, I'm going to miss you, Frank. I know where you are. So, any miscellaneous?
Chairman,
Yes.
May I read something from Frank's wife?
Yes.
Dear legislators and honored guests, as my husband retires after 10 years of service on the Oswego County Legislature, I want to take a moment to express my deep respect and pride in all that he has accomplished. During his tenure, he never missed a single full monthly legislative meeting and served with unwavering dedication and integrity. He was a true voice for all the people, not just for one party. As one of only 2 Democrats within a body of 25 legislators, he has stood firm in his beliefs while always maintaining respect for others. He asks tough questions, having extensively researched to gain knowledge of those subjects beforehand, to ensure transparency and accountability in every decision. Elected 5 times by the residents of the 25th District, he earned their trust through his commitment to listening to everyone, regardless of party affiliation. His passion for fairness, honesty, and community service has made a lasting mark. As someone who once played football in high school and college, he brought the same determination, teamwork, and strategy to the political field, always playing hard, always playing fair. While some may be relieved to see him retire, I know that his legacy of integrity and independent thought will endure. With great respect and admiration, his #1 supporter and fan, Nyla Castillo.
Well, you know, on your GoFundMe account, 4 PBRs is only about $8. All right, looking for the appropriate motion?
Motion to adjourn.
So adjourned. Legislator Martino, public comment. Yes, again, certainly all the legislators and again the outgoing legislators we do have some cake up front. I would invite Chris Squitieri forward.
He said he wanted the first piece.
That took so long, I fell asleep back.
Why is your head so red?
You guys talk here.
Why is your head so red?
All right, thank you. Good job on the budget. I don't have the answers. You reduced their taxes and you're not liked. You higher your taxes and you're not liked. It's a tough job. Thank you for what you do every single day. And I'll even thank Frank, because you know that guy has harassed my mom and dad for 40 years to try to convert them into being Come on now! All right. A few thank yous. I want to always put out. every time I stopped in. He did. I want to thank the legislator, because I was listening earlier today, for the work on the Southern Oswego County Regional Interceptor Sewer Project. This is going to benefit a lot of Southern Oswego County property owners by upgrading infrastructure, smart future development, and the benefits of existing property owners. Everything's pretty on top. People forget underground infrastructure. This project is going to bring in a lot of money and do a lot of good for a lot of people. I had the opportunity a few weeks ago to give a private tour out at the nuclear plant and speak with leadership. Want to express my support for this body pushing for expanding nuclear power in Oswego. I want to reinforce my support for the resolution that was passed earlier this year, advocating cleaner, cheaper energy, which will provide more high-paying, stable jobs. Thank you, legislators, for all your hard work with many resolutions that directly benefit constituents. Thank you. I want to recognize our highway department for all they do as they prepare for another wonderful winter season. I do miss Florida. Keeping our roads clear, clean, and safe to travel freely every day. Thank you for the leadership there, first line supervision, and all the staff that are at that department. On a personal note, I'll keep this calm.
I wanted to reach out and thank the men and women at the Border Patrol office. For months, I've had to listen to degrading, horrible hate speeches targeting these officers for just doing their job. Misleading editorials, misinformed opinions on operations, joint operations with other local agencies. And I praise the sheriff for coming here today and setting the record straight on a lot of misinformation. And I'm the first one to tell you, don't judge, don't give an opinion, and you see the entire story, especially in police operations. The county has over hundreds of miles of soft areas along the Great Lakes that need to be patrolled. They have communities that keep safe for illegal, undocumented immigrants victimizing and committing crimes in our county.
Show it.
They do their job. I didn't speak when you spoke, so I appreciate you keeping those lips shut. Immigrants victimizing crimes in our county. They do their job so we don't turn in to New York City, Chicago, Seattle. Do I need to list all of them? Okay. You can't have everything. You can't have a safe community, you can't have a cheap community, and continue to avoid taking care of crime. Okay? You can't do it. It should be noted that the agency follows the law, color of the law, and works within the boundaries set in place by our federal government. Because it's the federal government most of you have a problem with, because that's all I heard today. Not one person addressed going to Albany and taking care of the nonsense that takes place in Albany, because that's where our problems are. Okay? Get off the Trump train and take your buses and go to Albany. That's who's dictating what takes place in this county. I just want to tell them they do a thankless job in our communities and state. The state is safer, the communities are safer because of the dedication of these great officers. Keep up the good work, and I thank the leadership of the agency for their unwavering dedication to protect all legal, law-abiding citizens of this county. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Could we have Margaret or Legislator Brown?
Yeah, I'd just like to add what Chris just said. I'd like everybody out here to remember, law enforcement doesn't have a choice. All right? They don't have a choice of what laws they enforce. They don't have a choice of what to do or what they can't do. It's not a democracy. They defend democracy. They don't practice it. Border Patrol, ICE, local sheriffs, state police, they do not have a choice. They have to do what they're supposed to do by their leadership. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Melder, please. Thank you.
Good evening, Chairman Rudrup, ladies and gentlemen of the legislature. Can you all hear me in the back? Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this evening. My name is Margaret Meldrum. Today I'm going to speak on the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, or SNAP. Oswego County has an estimated population of 118,305 residents. Currently, 15,677 individuals in our county receive benefits under SNAP that equates to 13.25% of our total county population. Caseworker data show that some families rely on SNAP benefits for multiple generations. For the month of October 2025, there were reportedly 27.29 full-time employee positions dedicated to administering SNAP, with a total salary-only expense of $149,766. Add to this the total fringe for October, and you have a total cost of employees administering the SNAP program to be around $225,592. That's only 1 month. The Modern Food Stamp Program, the forerunner of SNAP, was rolled out nationwide on July 1st, 1974. This program was created to provide nutritional support to low-income individuals and families to help ensure that vulnerable Americans have access to basic food necessities. Over time, the program evolved and was renamed SNAP. The original aim was to alleviate hunger, reduce malnutrition, and food insecurity, and support the well-being of families in hard times to get back on their feet. It was not meant to be a way of life or a career option in lieu of employment. While I support the mission of SNAP to help people in need get the lift up, the reality is troubling to me, with second and even third generation families remaining reliant on the program. That raises a critical question. Are we doing enough to help individuals and families find meaningful, stable employment to lift themselves out of the generational public assistance dependency? We need to develop a path to self-sufficiency to reduce this multi-generational safety net and long-term reliance on SNAP. We also need to redouble efforts in workforce development, with BOCES being an excellent place to start. BOCES programs contain young individuals, giving them marketable skills right out of high school. We need to evaluate what we are offering for adult education opportunities for displaced or untamed potential workers, as well as examine access to job training, education, and support services. All of this will result in fewer families being trapped in cycles of dependence and more opportunity to contribute economically to their own households and our county. Administering social service programs is a significant financial and organizational responsibility for the county. As I previously stated, each full-time employee, including 27.29 positions in SNAP alone, result in an approximate cost of $149,766 in salary for the month of October. This is a significant financial burden. The administration of SNAP needs to be efficient, targeted, and supportive of long-term self-sufficiency rather than indefinite dependency. Let us recommit to promoting self-sufficiency alongside support. Let SNAP be what it was intended to be, temporary assistance during hard times, not a generational substitute for stable employment. I urge you to invest in job training, workforce readiness, education, and support systems to assist people in moving from assistance to independence. By doing that, we will preserve the dignity of those we assist and protect public resources for those truly in need. In closing, I thank you all for your public service. I commend you all for your continued efforts to manage the county's affairs responsibly. You have faced state and federal mandates that often do not come with accompanying funds. You have maintained a budget that works to keep county taxes in check, while still striving to provide vital social services to our community. Your stewardship is not easy, and your efforts will not go unnoticed by the families you serve. I urge you to continue your strong stewardship and hold the line on taxes while still providing necessary services to the community. This in turn helps people like my husband and myself who work 2 to 3 jobs their entire adult life to support ourselves and pay our taxes. Again, I urge you to continue supporting vital assistance like SNAP while also promoting policies and programs to help young graduating students and adults find work, build stability, and reduce long-term reliance on public benefits while protecting those taxpayers. I would also like to say, in closing, Palermo has 3 legislators. I've only ever seen Legislator House at our planning board meetings and our town board meetings. I would like to see the other 2 people there as well. Thank you, and I wish you all Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would Jim Mechanic come forward, please? Sure. Legislator Klein has Jim Cannon, you have 5 minutes.
Time's up already? Right, what die fast. Okay, so let's summarize the last few months of our time at these meetings. You think we're just annoying, and to you we are. Our purpose up here speaking is not to annoy you, it's because it's our right as citizens of this country, and we have a right to question our elected officials. It's what made this country unique, but a lot of the politicians today want to follow party lines and quote party slogans. Part of the problem is it appears some of you have at least forgotten you are elected officials and believe you are political officials. You appear to be taking your cues from Claudia Tenney and the administration instead of us taxpayers. Now, some will say this is not county related, and to that I call BS. When Claudia Tenney would not meet with us, you were all invited to a fundraiser to see her in this very city. Did you ask her when she was going to talk with her constituents? I'm guessing no. Have you let people know how you feel about due process and the effects of the BS bill? No. You leave when we're speaking at the end because you have other things to do, which has gone down quite a bit, and I do appreciate that. That just says you don't care what we have to say sometimes. Everything I was going to say went out the window a few minutes ago, so I'm going to kind of wing some of this. But one of the things I noticed, you go to committee meetings and cover 25 propositions in 15 minutes with no one asking questions. And you wonder why we think you're doing everything in the dark without us seeing what's happening. You completely missed Frank's point. No one said you raised the assessments, you said you used it in your computation. I heard a lot about talking about he didn't say you raised it. He said you used it. Unless you're more transparent, the frustration will only get worse. Now, I'll say a couple things about SNAP. The problem is, people want to go along and cherry pick their statistics. If I'm correct, and the people up here can tell me, they had to hire more people after the big BS bill just to make sure about the working requirements, not to give out SNAP benefits. That's the addition that was added by the big BS bill. 2, the poverty and food insecurity in this county is such that you can have 2 adults working full-time, minimum wage jobs, and they can't afford an apartment, much less money. So, those statistics are great. Go look at the rest of it. Look at the number of people who are on Social Security who need SNAP benefits. Veterans who need SNAP benefits. Anybody in here want to raise their hand and tell me veterans don't deserve a little SNAP benefits if they're disabled? People that are 70 years old, they don't deserve SNAP benefits because they should be working? I'm on the bridge and people go by us and go, you should get a job. Son, I've had plenty of jobs. And a lot of them have been dealing with people who are less fortunate than people in this room are. So, you can talk all you want about this and that. The problem is sometimes the way you come about is pretty smug. Now, I will tell you that, I think according to public law, this is not supposed to be interactive, but there's been a lot of that tonight. And that's nice, except for the fact that sometimes it's been insulting. So, have it your own way, but then you want to figure out why we're upset about it? I have bad news for you. All you have to do is look in the mirror. I don't think it's too much to ask that people are not made fun of. And if you're going to have 7 people in here that aren't part of the Republican clique, I hope you respect them a little more than you do the 2 that are here now. Because I've seen it in committee meetings, because I go to a lot of committee meetings. I've made a lot of friends in this room in the last couple months. But the problem is you don't see what it looks like from the outside because you're too busy working the inside. So here's my suggestion. Just for a minute, put yourself in somebody else's position. Yes, you work hard. Yes, you have a lot of stuff to do. A lot of other people do. They get paid $15 an hour. They don't get paid any more than that. And some of those people are working 2 jobs so they can have what they have and they still need SNAP benefits. That's the part that seems to go right past everybody. It's always good to talk about how other people aren't doing what they're supposed to do and puff yourselves up. But it's not that simple. This is a poor county. When's the last time one of you guys went out to a food bank, donated money, stood in line with them? I walked in one day down here to donate money, and there was a line all the way out in the street. Most of those people were working. They weren't sitting at home eating Cheetos on the couch like people like to believe. It's time to get out of the ivory tower and start looking at the real Oswego County. It's a nice place to live. It's a beautiful place to live. You guys do a lot of hard work, but sometimes you're just smug and you're just partisan. Have a nice day. Merry Christmas.
Legislator Rehal.
Well, again, referring to the rules of the legislature, what it says about both the public comment period and the statements about resolutions. Legislators shall not engage in dialogue with the speaker, but may respond to the speaker's comments after the speaker has finished and once recognized by the chair. I don't think that anything else has happened like that today.
Thank you. Legislator Castillo.
Yeah, I just have a question because we're throwing out a lot of the rules. Where in the, as I looked through the rules, where does it say that somebody has to stand at that podium to speak? They can't walk off that podium? Because at the last meeting, somebody said it's against our rules for you to leave the podium. And it does not say that anywhere in those rules. It says that you have 5 minutes. It does not say you can't leave the podium. And you know it, Roy will look at it right now.
I can tell you this, and I don't mean this in a condescending way nor an authoritarian way, but the chairman runs the meeting. I'm the chairman, I run the meeting.
But you said that it was the
Having
rule.
said that, we're not going to turn this into a circus. Would Chance Kennedy please come forward?
Don't leave the podium.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. 5 minutes.
Good evening, everybody, and I know it's been a long day, so I'm sorry to keep everybody, but I had stuff prepared, but I'm gonna kind of wing it, so it'll probably be less than 5 minutes. So I'm Chance Kennedy. I'm a counselor-elect for the city of Oswego, for the first ward, and so this meeting tonight is definitely a good little teaser trailer, if you will, for what I will be getting into starting January 1st. So in a way, thank you for all of that, as crazy as it might seem. But yeah, I wanted to just say that you know, everybody has a hard job, and I get that. The thing is, I just had an interview before I came here with a local reporter, and so you know, we talked about what I want to bring to the city, what are my goals, what are my aspirations, things like that. And so the overreaching message that I had wanted to say, not only to the reporter, but anybody that's listening and people of my constituents in the first ward, and anybody in Oswego really, is that I'm here to represent everybody. I'm not here for a party, I'm not here for any of that. I'm here for not the people that voted for me, but for my entire constituency. And so there has been, it does seem that as of January 20th of this year, that there has been very much bias with party lines, and people should, you know, follow that party and everything. And that's fine if that's what you want to do, but you know, if you're an elected individual, you represent your entire constituency, not the people that voted for you, not the people that have your best, that, you know, donate to you or whatever the case may be. You represent everybody in that district, that ward, whatever it is called. And so that's what I am doing, that's what I'm going to do, and starting January 1st in the next 2 years at least, hopefully more than that. But you know, these are the things that we need to focus on. What's right for the people, what's right for them, because they hire us to do a job. We work for them. And so when we talk about like raises and things that benefit you, great. I mean, people need to get paid for a job well done. But you have to think about the people that don't have good paying jobs and don't have, like, sometimes it is hard to put yourself in other people's shoes, but at the same time, you shouldn't have to do that, because not everybody is like you. Not everybody has the same benefits as you, and so you have to think about that. And so that's what my message is for not only this body, but also for my constituents, is that I'm here to listen to you. I want to make sure that people, you know that I'm here, and that you should also, you know, take that for what it's worth as well, because you know, these people really, really want to be heard. They feel like they're being heard. And I think that's the overreaching goal for the last, 11 months or so, is that people don't feel like they're being heard. And being on the bridge every day just makes your voice a little bit louder, and we want to get, everybody's voice heard, because you don't know how deafening it can be, being in the silence. So, thank you.
Could we have Randy Wilkinson come forward? Maybe you just want to stay closer to the front.
Can I be excused?
Yes, I understand you. Thank you. Yes, bye now.
Here we go. Promise I'll leave you alone. Promise. So, thank you everybody for spending such a long day here doing the work of the county. Thank you everybody for the time. I wasn't going to speak again, but I had a lovely conversation. Do you mind if I bring you up, Margaret? I had an awesome conversation with Margaret before I went up and wrote my name on the sheet. I wanted to say, Margaret, you and I may not agree on a lot of things, but I do know just from talking to you for that couple of minutes that I bet 95% of the things that you and I are each upset about are the same. And I'm so glad that you got up here and you spoke your mind on what was important to you. And I know that you've done it a couple of times. I heard you last time. And I know we may not agree, but man, I am so happy that as my neighbor, you got up here and you spoke your mind to the people here, that you let your voice be heard. Thank you very much for being a part of this. I've been talking to legislators here and the folks here all day. One legislator came up to me and said, you should probably bring your voice to Albany. I don't know if it was you. You're absolutely right, and I have. And let me tell you, they don't think I'm a friend of theirs either. Because a lot of the things that you say are right. I'm uncertain if Albany understands what it's like out here either. Oswego County, I know you called me a tourist. I've only been here for 4 years.
We called my mother a tourist, and she was there in 32.
Oh, God, so I have 28 more years. Is she accepted yet?
Well, she passed away, but
Oh,
we're
I'm
finally
sorry.
coming to terms with Central Square.
So, but, let's see. I know that I've only been here for 4 years, but I've noticed that we are our own special animal, especially along the North Shore. And I really have a hard time believing that the folks in Albany actually truly do understand what's going on out there. But I do raise my voice there as well, and you're absolutely right. Our voice needs to be there as well. So I wanted to say something too about, there has been some bickering, there has been some back and forth, there has been some tense conversations and some tense moments. But there are only two teams that truly matter. Right now, the bad stuff from the federal government, from the financial decisions that they're making, they're not going to hit too bad this year, but they're definitely going to hit in 2027. I've mentioned it twice already so far today. At that point, there are only going to be two teams that matter. There's going to be the 1%, the folks that have all the money in the country, that are making decisions that are going to impact us, and then 99% of us, and I don't care how much money you have in this room, but you're not a part of that 1%. You and I have way more in common than we do with them. The only team that I want to be involved in are people that have empathy, people that understand what it's like to be in this county, and people that are going to be doing the good work to try to solve the problems in 2027 when that bad budget hits us. So I bet that if we sat in a room outside of this where we have the rules and we took off our red shaded glasses and our blue shaded glasses and we stopped listening to the propaganda that we're being fed constantly, that we would find that so many of the things that bother us are the same, and that the answers up top, that the government that's representing us outside of here, they do not understand us, that it is not a government that's built for us, and it's not an economy that's built for us. So it's time to stop shooting each other down, it's time to stop putting each other down, and it's time to realize that we're all on the same team. And I know that my folks sometimes get on me because maybe I'm a little too nice to everybody here, but I will never look at anybody in this room as my enemy. If you have empathy and you're here to do the good work of the people in Oswego County, I count you as my friend. I say that I have way more in common with you than with people outside of this area. We need to unite. It's going to happen next year. You've already indicated that you've identified it's going to be harder next year. Enough with the sniping back and forth. We're all on the same team. It's time to unify when this hits next year, and we need to know that we are all in this together, and that all of our problems are the same problems. Thank you. Merry Christmas. Thank you for being around all day.
I guess I just want to say, having sat through so many of these public statements that we've never had in any other year before this, that I'm starting to understand why people with such differing opinions than mine, and I think many of my fellow legislators, the implication from them that we are smug or simply partisan is because they don't understand that our opinions are so different than theirs. So you're asking us constantly to understand your opinion, but you have to understand that we also all have our own opinions and that we often disagree with each other, and you can see that in committee meetings, and we have that, of course, in caucus. So I guess I'd ask the folks that think that we're smug or simply partisan to just reach out once in a while, or to say, hey, they have a different opinion. That's okay. We're really all on the same team.
Thank you.
Amen.
Next and apparently final, Aaron Fiorini.
Thank you.
Hi. Yeah, my name is Erin. I live in Bambi. And of course, I've been up here a few times promoting a no collusion resolution. That's, I guess, certainly been a bit of a talk prior to my arriving this evening. A couple of years ago, as I'm sure some of you know, that the Oswego Police Department was under investigation for violating certain overreach into its practices into the federal immigration practices. So basically, the Attorney General did its due diligence, did an investigation and found that they were, and required that the Oswego City Police Department needed to adopt an operations standard as it came to the city police on immigration topics. So basically, it's 6 pages. There's terms, there's definitions. I think it was in March or April was the first month that I came up, and I offered at that time that if you needed help on drafting one of those for the county of Oswego, Oswego County, then I'm more than happy to assist. That I hold a copy here that is of the cities, of the city that we're standing in, the Oswego city, that have the same violations, or the same or similar, because as we know, right now, the Oswego County Sheriff's Department is also under investigation by the Attorney General for civil rights violations and profiling, going after people I can attest. But basically, I just wanted to start in reading that policy. Yeah. It is the policy, and currently it says Oswego Police Department. You can just, you can just erase that, put in is the policy of the Oswego County Sheriff's Department that our department members conduct policing in a fair and equitable manner. In making such a commitment, our department members must protect and serve an entire community, regardless of an individual's immigration and/or citizenship status. Purpose. The purpose of this directive is to provide guidance to department members as to the limitations of enforcement of federal immigration law and to ensure that our department members are best prepared to provide law enforcement services to all persons in the community, regardless of immigration and/or citizenship status. This directive also serves to provide general guidance regarding our department's handling of requests from federal immigration authorities. So it protects us from overreach. So there's definitions, I'll skip that. Inquiries regarding immigration status. Individuals across the entire community, regardless of their immigration and/or citizenship status, who may become a victim to crime, may require other law enforcement assistance, or who may be witness to a crime or other incidents must feel secure in contacting the Oswego County Sheriff's Department and its department members. I'll skip along here just a little bit. I think that's clause 6, we'll just say. Language translation. Department members will not request or utilize federal immigration authorities to assist with language translation or interpretation, I would also add, unless there is a situation involving an imminent threat to life or safety. For example, when there is an active or imminent threat of terrorism and the time-sensitive nature of the threats render alternative resources for language interpretation impractical. Civil immigration law and applicability to department members. Department members should not perform the duties of a federal immigration authority or engage in the enforcement of federal civil immigration law, whether pursuant to Section 1357G of the Title 8 of the United States Code or under any other law, regulation, or policy. The people, Jordan Wells, on behalf of Suicide Francis, it's a precedent, I suppose. New York statutes do not authorize state and local law enforcement to effectuate warrantless arrest for civil immigration violations. There's more. Here's a copy. It's on the internet. I'm happy to type that in the, we can have a copy of people. Thank you.
All right, well, certainly I'd like to thank you all for coming. We had some interesting dialogue at times. I did nap 4 beers out of Frank. I guess one little comment I would make in passing, when we don't have this back and forth, we're labeled as smart and we pass everything without discussion. We have discussion and you tell us that you don't like the argument. So I find that kind of ironic. But regardless of that, have a very Merry Christmas, each and every one, and we'll see you back here again.
Chairman.